Chapter 72. Hessler and Stardragon were located on the same continent. Perhaps it was because Hessler's climate was hotter, but Hessler's culture was more open. Many beautiful women and men in bikinis could be seen walking around the beach. The train stopped at a military station. Looking out of the window, there was only a middle-aged man wearing a colorful shirt and sunglasses on the platform. It seemed like he was there to pick them up. Han Xiao got off the train with the rest of the team. Chi Baijiao walked in front and said to the middle-aged man in sunglasses, "Stardragon Division 13, Chi Baijiao." The uncle in sunglasses chuckled and took off his sunglasses, revealing a dispirited face full of stubble. His entire aura was so ordinary that it was a mess. He was like a salted fish uncle waiting for customers in a small shop on the side of the street. Hessler Military Intelligence, Yi Fan. Han Xiao almost choked on his saliva. Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan are you? What happened to you? Where is your arrogance? Where is your arrogance? This doesn't match any of the Yi Fan in my memory. Yi Fan looked at the train that was full of holes and asked, "Did you encounter a beast?" "It's just a small black worm. It's nothing to worry about." Chi Baijiao coughed. Although the situation was dangerous, he could not lose his cool in front of the Hessler people. He had to appear calm and collected. This was politically correct. "Then you are lucky to have arrived safely." Yi Fan laughed and did not ask if Chi Baijiao was telling the truth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Fan put on his sunglasses again and said, "Let's not waste any time. We will report to the commanding officer first before we depart. Don't think it's troublesome. Compared to Maple, we have saved at least 90% of the procedures." Some of the field personnel laughed. Maple's rigid system had always been a joke. It was said that the Shonus had worked together with Maple to eliminate a rogue warlord. Before the operation started, the Shonus, who were known for their impatience, were driven mad by Maple's complicated reporting procedures. They almost got into a fight with Maple's officers at the headquarters of Maple's intelligence agency in Kuroma. The reporting procedure for a joint operation was for both parties to leave a mission report at the commanding officer's office before starting the operation. For this mission, Hessler's army was in charge of the assault while the agents were in charge of infiltration and reconnaissance. They were also in charge of finding out the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base and the distribution of the armed forces. Along the way, they could see brand new military bulletproof off-road vehicles and small tanks parked in the garage. There were also missile vehicles equipped with honeycomb launchers, and groups of soldiers carrying ammunition and supplies. Zhong Wei, Di Su Su, Ma Qingyang, and the rest of the Stardragon agents had become quiet. They were completely different from when they were chatting on the train. It was most likely due to their national pride. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not want to do anything out of line, so he could only mingle with the team. The commander, Colonel Carl, was a stern-looking Caucasian officer in his prime. He was observing the strategic map on the wall with his hands behind his back. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he thought it was his adjutant. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me when I'm thinking?" Yi Fan coughed. "Colonel, the Stardragon agents are here to file a report." When Carl saw that it was Yi Fan, his expression eased up. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Stardragon agents. His gaze was cold and indifferent. He snorted and opened the drawer. He took out a document and stamped it. "Take them to rest for a while. They will depart with our people in an hour." Carl's attitude towards the Division 13 agents was cold and indifferent. Yi Fan brought them to a simple lounge and said, "Don't wander around. We will depart in a while." After Yi Fan left, only the Stardragon agents were left in the lounge. Lin Yarrow finally dared to speak. He whispered, "Why do I feel that the soldiers outside are looking at us strangely? It's as if they are ostracizing us. Also, the commander seems to be hostile towards us." "Don't you know?" Ma Qingyang sneered. "Stardragon had a war with Hessler in the past. Hessler's people are not friendly to us. Even the agents who go to other countries for joint operations have to suffer such treatment. Carl doesn't look like a moderate." Division 13's factional rivalry was not an exception. It was a situation that existed in almost every country. Maple and Ordina were more conservative, Raylan and Theseus were more aggressive, and Stardragon and Hessler were more balanced. Then why does the Bureau still want to work with Hessler? Lin Yarrow asked in disbelief. What if Hessler uses us as cannon fodder? Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? You just have to be careful. Ma Qingyang did not care. As a veteran of the Covert Operations Department, he was used to such situations. Chi Baijiu coughed and explained, "Don't worry. You have to get my approval before you can be deployed." After chatting for a while, everyone quietened down and closed their eyes to rest. They were preparing themselves for the mission. "I'm going out for a smoke." Han Xiao got up and walked to the door of the lounge. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. The smoke passed through his throat and circled around his lungs. Then, he exhaled 2 thick streams of smoke from his nostrils. He felt relaxed. You have triggered the faction mission, Dark Crow Valley Operation. Mission Introduction. This is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Division 13, you are a participant in this operation. Let's see what you can do. Hint: this is a faction series mission. You can complete the following requirements in this mission. Reconnaissance I, Team Mission, investigate the situation in Dark Crow Forest Town. Reward, 3000 EXP. Reconnaissance 2, Team Mission, investigate the specific situation in Dark Crow Valley Base. Reward, 8000 EXP. Logistics Team Mission, Personal Mission, complete 20 tool repairs for your teammates. Reward, 5000 EXP. Dark Forest Assassin, Personal Mission, assassinate 8 sentries. Reward, 18,000 EXP. Direct Conflict, Personal Mission, kill 50 Germinal Organization soldiers. Reward, 35,000 EXP. Execution I, kill Duo Meng. Rewards will be given based on contribution. Assassination 2, kill Ji Jie. Reward based on contribution. Assassination 3, kill Pan Kwong. Reward based on contribution. Annihilation of Dark Crow Valley, complete the mission objective. Reward based on contribution. After the mission, additional rewards will be given based on the number of targets completed. Han Xiao had thought that this operation would be a normal mission. He did not expect it to be a faction mission. This was even better. He had more room to maneuver. There were many types of missions. Competitive missions, prize pool missions, series missions, and faction missions. As long as the majority of the targets were completed, the rewards would definitely be good. Han Xiao was smoking when a woman with short red hair walked towards him. She stopped in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you from Stardragon?" Han Xiao looked at her and nodded. "I guess so." Chapter 73. Han Xiao looked at the red-haired woman and did not dodge. The dagger stopped 3 centimeters away from the aorta. The sudden change in movement showed that the red-haired woman had great control over her body. "Why aren't you dodging?" "Why should I? You think I don't dare to stab you? You can give it a try." Han Xiao's expression was normal. Under the red-haired woman's sight, the magnetically controlled retractable armor had climbed up to his collar and could protect his neck at any time. Therefore, he was not afraid of the dagger. Furthermore, the fact that the other party was able to appear in the military camp so openly meant that they were Hessler's agents. Therefore, it was impossible for them to actually attack him. This was most likely a test or a show of strength. Since they had chosen him as their target, Han Xiao was slightly displeased. Even his gaze became oppressive. The red-haired woman suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She did not know where this feeling came from. She calmed herself down and said coldly, "Winner, MIB agent." As soon as she finished speaking, Winner suddenly felt something poking her lower abdomen. She looked down and saw a large caliber pistol pointing at her abdomen. Han Xiao smiled and said, "Han Xiao. So fast. I did not even see how he pulled out the gun." Winner's pupils shrank. She put away her dagger. Han Xiao also put away his gun. "I will remember your name." Winner turned around and left. Han Xiao shook his head. Hessler agents are indeed not friendly. I hope they will not drag me down. After walking for a distance, Winner heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she realized that cold sweat was dripping down her temples. Her expression was slightly serious. That Star Dragon agent gave her a very dangerous feeling. When Winner returned to the Hessler agent's lounge, Yifan smiled and asked, "What did you find?" Winner drank a mouthful of water to moisten her dry throat. She said in a deep voice, "That Han Xiao is not someone to be trifled with." Han Xiao? Yifan recalled from the description of his appearance. That guy had been very low-key ever since he got off the bus. It seemed that he only had a weird expression when he heard my name. A weird person, Yifan concluded. After Han Xiao finished smoking, he stepped on the cigarette butt and walked back to the lounge. Chi Baijiao looked over and suddenly asked, "Did anything happen?" "Yes, I just saw a sow fall into the ditch." Chi Baijiao was embarrassed. "Can you be more serious?" "Then it's fine." Han Xiao dug his ears. Since it was just a test, he didn't want everyone to know about it. Firstly, it was for the sake of the mission. Secondly, he felt that there was no need to let his emotions affect his decisions. In his mind, there were 3 types of enemies. The first type were those who were motivated by personal feelings or had infringed on his interests. The second type were those who wanted to kill him and threatened his life. The third type were mortal enemies. Not only did they have hatred, but they also had conflicts of interests. The Germinal organization was such a case. Facing the Germinal organization, the enemy with the highest priority, personal feelings had to wait in the waiting list. Chi Baijiao looked at Han Xiao deeply. His seat was near the window, so he could see the door. He had seen everything that happened just now. He had experienced many missions and knew that the agents of other countries would definitely test and show off their strength. This was almost an unspoken rule. The agents were all proud and arrogant. If they didn't show their strength, they wouldn't have the right to speak. If they complained to their superiors, they would be laughed at. Chi Baijiao had a look of approval in his eyes. He was very satisfied with Han Xiao's performance just now. He did not lose his prestige, and he was very happy that Han Xiao kept the secret. He thought to himself, this guy's strength and ability to see the big picture are both very good. They didn't fight. After listening to the report from the adjutant, Carl nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that the Star Dragon people know whose territory this is. Soon, it was time to depart. Everyone arrived at the border exit. Yifan, Winner, and more than 10 agents were ready to go. The first stop of the mission was a location very far away from Crow Forest Town. There was an unused secret base of Hessler there that would be used as a temporary base. The vehicles assigned to Division 13 were sent by train. They were all normal off-road vehicles. Only Han Xiao's defy was different. It carried his teammates and set off with a rumble. This time, he drove steadily. Li Yalin was so touched that she was about to cry. The other 3 teammates squeezed in the driver's seat were confused. They couldn't understand why Li Yalin looked like she had just survived a disaster. The journey took about half a day. Hessler's fleet led the way in front, and Division 13 followed behind. Suddenly, Hessler's fleet accelerated and gradually increased the distance between them. Seeing this, Di Su and Ma Qingyang also sped up to catch up. Only Han Xiao drove Da and followed behind at a leisurely pace. "Brother Xiao, let's hurry up and catch up," Lin Yarrow said hurriedly. Han Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand and put the other hand outside the window. He said casually, "What's there to chase? No matter how fast they run, they will still have to slow down and wait for me." "That's right." Di Su's laughter could be heard over the radio. "Little Lin, where are you? Hurry up and catch up." Could it be that Brother Han Xiao's driving skills are not good enough? "It's a waste of gas," Han Xiao said concisely. Di Su was stunned. It was the first time she had heard such a refreshing excuse. Why would agents care about gas? Ma Qingyang said over the radio, "Old Zhong, this is Hessler's demonstration. We can't back down." Zhong Wei thought for a few seconds and patted Han Xiao's shoulder. "Let's catch up." Li Yalin's face turned pale. She grabbed Zhong Wei's sleeve and said, "Don't, Captain. It's good to maintain this speed. What are you afraid of?" Zhong Wei was confused. Captain, isn't it good to be alive? Li Lin said with a trembling voice. Zhong Wei was confused. He couldn't make head or tail of it. Really? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Really? Zhong Wei nodded. Han Xiao sighed and changed gears skillfully. Sit tight then. Li Lin was terrified. She gripped the handle of the car tightly. Her teeth were chattering. You'll regret this. In the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. After everyone got out of the car, they looked at the black truck in front of them with a mixture of fear, astonishment, and disbelief. They shuddered as they recalled the scene just now. As experienced agents, they had seen S and Z movements. However, this was the first time they had seen and movement. Furthermore, they were running faster than anyone else. This was not drifting. This was F*King taking off. The driver of the heavy truck was drunk. Zhong Wei, Lin Yarrow, and Li Lin stumbled out of the car and held onto a nearby tree. They vomited so much that the sky turned dark. They wished they could go back to the furnace and start anew. Wretch, I feel like I'm going to die. Wretch, I told you you'd regret this. Wretch, Han Xiao got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. You were the ones who wanted me to chase. You used to drive bumper cars? Han Xiao curled his lips. Bumper cars? You're looking down on me. I used to drive mechas. Lambert got out of the car with steady steps. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. See, there's still a normal person. Lambert wanted to say something to Han Xiao. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, vomit poured out like a waterfall. When it was all gone, Lambert said expressionlessly, "If you touch the steering wheel again, I'll jump out of the car. P.S. Thank you to White Phantom ZY, book friend 20170627142350565, Chang'e, Quarastv, Inga, End of Shore for their tips. Chapter 74. The car was parked outside, and everyone moved the equipment into the secret base. The pre-battle meeting began. We have two missions. First, disguise ourselves as wanderers and infiltrate Crow Forest Town to gather intel. Second, find the Germinal Organization sentries nearby and interrogate them about the situation at Dark Crow Valley Base. Winner immediately said, "We will deal with the sentries. You guys go to Crow Forest Town." Su frowned. There might be Germinal Organization spies hiding in Crow Forest Town, and there was a risk of being exposed. It was not easy to gain anything. It was easier to obtain intel from the sentries, and it was safer for them. Hessler's people could not wait to hand over the dangerous and difficult mission to Division 13. This attitude made the people of Division 13 unhappy, but the mission had to be completed. No one objected. Chi Bai-jiao said, "To infiltrate Crow Forest Town, we have to disguise ourselves as wanderers first. Then, we have to find an opportunity to gather intel secretly. We must not alert the enemy." After a discussion, they decided to leave some people in the secret base. 4 people stayed behind: Lin Yao, Chi Bai-jiao, Ma Qingyang, and Han Xiao. On the other hand, Hessler also left a few people in the secret base. Han Xiao only recognized Yi Fan among them. It was afternoon, and Hessler's people decided to rest first. They would set off to look for the sentries at dawn. That was the time when the enemy was most relaxed. They were equipped with thermal imaging devices, and the darkness was advantageous to them. They also wanted Division 13 to scout for mines first. After finalizing the plan, the agents from Division 13 who had decided to infiltrate formed a team with Su as the leader. All of them changed into rogues' outfits. They hunched their backs, looking as though they were being pressured by an invisible force. Their disguises were very convincing. They carried a huge backpack and walked towards the Crow Forest. There were many computer screens in the secret base that were connected to the images and earphones of the agents. Han Xiao, Lin Yarrow, and Chi Bai-jiao took turns to monitor the screens. Not long after, Su and the rest arrived at Crow Forest Town. The screen showed the appearance of a small town with all kinds of buildings. Although the houses were small and shabby, they were densely populated. It was like a market. The town was not small, and it had everything. There were even hotels that were open to welcome guests. Let's find a place to stay first. Di Su and the rest were interrogated by the locals. She answered fluently and pretended to be a group of migrating wanderers. Coincidentally, they were passing by and hoped to rest for a few days. After getting rid of the interrogation, they stayed in a hotel in the town. After entering the room, everyone immediately displayed their professionalism and checked the room for surveillance cameras and bugs. After confirming that everything was safe, they began to discuss the next step of the plan. What should we do next? Li Lin curled her lips and looked at Di Su with disdain. Di Su was not in the mood to tease Li Lin. She frowned and said seriously, "Our identities are still suspicious. It's best for us to stay put for now." Han Xiao suddenly said in the earpiece, "You'd better act tonight." Reason? Di Su raised her eyebrows slightly. "You are now a group of foreign wanderers. Play your role well and inquire about the local situation. If you deliberately hide, your actions will be abnormal, and it will easily expose your ulterior motives." That makes sense. Everyone looked at each other. Let's do as Han Xiao says. There were entertainment facilities in the town, such as a small casino, a shop selling psychotropic drugs, a restaurant, and facilities to relieve physical needs. At night, everyone would go out in twos and threes and pretend to be normal. They would ask for information and collect information, but they did not find anything substantial. Most of the residents here were normal wanderers, and they did not find any suspicious targets. Qi Baijia's face was solemn. The other party is too secretive. It will be difficult to find anything. Not necessarily. Han Xiao smiled. He knew that there was a special spy in Crow Forest Town. Players could choose to join the Germinal organization after completing missions to gain favorability. As long as they caught this NPC, they would be able to get a lot of information. Han Xiao knew the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base, but he did not know the exact military strength. It was too small. After more than 10 years, he only had a vague impression of such details. Furthermore, the time was different now, and Han Xiao was not sure if there were any changes. Therefore, it was necessary to gather information. Go to the south of the town. There is a casino. There should be a bald man inside. That person knows about the Dark Crow Valley base. The person Han Xiao was talking about was the Germinal organization's spy in Crow Forest. Players who were born in Crow Forest could only join the Germinal organization through him. Everyone was stunned. Di Su frowned and asked, "Where did you get this information?" "I naturally have my ways. What if the information is wrong?" Di Su did not give up. "Listen to him," Qi Baijia interrupted. Before they left, his superior had told him to trust Han Xiao. It was obvious that the superiors valued Han Xiao. Di Su could only suppress her doubts and listen to the order. She led the team to the small casino in the south and secretly asked around. Indeed, they found a bald man. He was the dealer of the casino. "What should we do now? If we act rashly, we will alert the enemy. Who knows if there are accomplices around?" Di Su asked. Han Xiao said helplessly, "Why are you asking me when you have already found him? Can't you show some professionalism?" Di Su's chest tightened. She was so angry that she could not speak. However, she also realized that she had asked a stupid question. She snorted angrily and called for her teammates to secretly surround Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked at the time and got up to take over Lin Yao's night shift. He did not need to monitor the specific operation. If there were any accidents, the Secret Service agents should just kill themselves. At the same time, Winner left with the Hessler agents. Before she left, she did not forget to give Han Xiao a dirty look. Han Xiao did not intend to rest in the stronghold. He walked out of the stronghold and returned to Big Black's cargo compartment. The 2 reconnaissance missions were team missions. If there were no accidents, he should be able to complete them. Therefore, he should focus on his personal mission. If he wanted to assassinate the sentry in the jungle, he would need some small tools. Han Xiao took out the parts and focused on the interface. "Do you want to proceed with knowledge fusion, basic wide area perception plus basic bionics plus basic mechanical engineering? This fusion will cost 15,000 EXP. Congratulations on developing small arthropod detector, Spider. Winner and her team were wearing night vision goggles and camouflage suits. They walked quietly in the jungle like hunters in the dark forest, looking for their prey. They would only encounter the sentry when they were close to the Dark Crow Valley base. There was a master tracker in the team who could determine the road conditions from a day ago based on the traces in the jungle. This tracking master was called Maganu, and he was a tall and sturdy shinobi. His body was like a small mountain, and very few people would think that he was a meticulous person. At this time, he rubbed the dirt, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed it. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, 7 hours ago, a person, male, weighing about 180 pounds, heading southwest. Winner did not doubt Maganu's judgment. She led her team carefully toward the direction. Suddenly, she stopped. The thermal imaging device showed that there was a life form squatting on a tree 300 meters away. Check the surroundings. Winner was very calm. She did not act rashly. She asked her teammates to check if there were any hidden sentry or surveillance devices nearby. After 20 minutes, she confirmed that everything was safe. Take him down, Yi Fan ordered through the communication device. Winner suddenly moved. A dark red glow flashed under her feet. She quickly and quietly approached the sentry within 100 meters. With the help of the trees, she hid herself in the sentry's blind spot. She was like a master assassin. She flipped over a tree like a cat. Her palms were also glowing with a dark red glow. She was like an octopus clinging to the trunk of a tree. She kept leaping, suppressing the sound of the wind as she approached the sentry in the air. Chapter 75. 10 minutes later. Catcher. Magnu broke the soldier's neck. They had obtained the information they wanted. Winner said through the communication device, "We have obtained preliminary information. The security perimeter of the base is divided into 6 zones. This is the outermost perimeter. Every perimeter has a sentry post, and an officer is in charge of all the sentries in the area. According to the interrogation earlier, the officer can log into the base's intranet. Therefore, as long as we reach the sentry post, we can use the officer's computer to browse the base's intranet and collect detailed information about the enemy. This soldier has already revealed the location of the base. There is no time to lose. I request that we act immediately." Yi Fan sighed. There was a system for changing shifts at the sentry post. It would take at most 24 hours for the enemy to discover that the sentry post had been killed. However, as long as they could get the information, it did not matter if they were exposed. The invasion of Hessler's army could not be hidden from the enemy. What they needed to do was to find out the defensive measures and military strength of the Dark Crow Valley base. However, if Winner's operation succeeded, the Division 13 agents in Dark Crow Forest Town would be exposed. The death of the sentry post and the invasion of the town happened on the same day. Even if the Division 13 agents did not have time to commit the crime, the enemy would still suspect them. At this moment, Yi Fan made a rational decision. Operation approved. Head to the enemy's base immediately. Winner nodded, got rid of the corpse, and led the team into action. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief and looked away from the screen. He looked at the office of Division 13 and shook his head slightly. His decision had nothing to do with pleasure. It was all for the sake of the mission. He would inform Division 13 later. Who did not want to risk their life? Before dawn, Winner and the rest found the sentry post. It was a very secluded hut in the forest. It looked like a hunter's base. The team quietly approached the hut. Magnu took out a sonar detector from his backpack and placed it on the outer wall of the hut. After activating the detector, a black and white image appeared. There were 3 targets in the detector. One was lying on the sofa, and the other 2 were sitting at the table. They seemed to be having supper. Winner raised her finger and counted down silently. 3, 2, 1. Winner jumped up and broke through the window. Her teammates followed closely behind. The 3 enemies did not expect an enemy invasion. They were so shocked that they jumped up. Before they could yell or pull out their pistols, they were knocked down by 3 shots from the well-trained Hessler agents. The Hessler agents immediately searched the room and the 3 men's clothes. They found a secret compartment in the wall with a safe inside. Another agent found an identity card on the body of an unconscious enemy. The card clearly stated that the person was a military officer. That's the target. Winner was overjoyed. This man was the officer in charge of the sentry post. She looked at his ID card and saw that his name was Roman. He was a black man. The agent tied Roman up and then injected him with a sobering agent. When he slowly woke up, Magnus slapped him to speed up his recovery. He said in a low voice, "Tell me the password to the safe if you don't want to die." Roman was frightened by the group of fully armed agents in front of him. He hurriedly confessed, not showing the slightest bit of loyalty. After keying in the password, the safe was successfully opened. There was a specially made laptop inside, which was not any brand on the market. When the laptop was turned on, there was a login interface that required an identity card and a password. Roman was very cooperative. He entered the interface through his account. Following a cheerful ringtone, a line of welcome appeared on the laptop. Dang, 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 the German organization's idiotic operation assistant is at your service. Yi Fan, who was drinking coffee, spat it out. All the Hessler agents' faces twitched. This did not match the style at all. So naughty. Yi Fan did not know if he should spit it out. Various menus appeared on the interface. Roman's access was low, so he could only browse a small part of the menu. Winner and the rest saw the locked logs of the base and were slightly excited. These logs contained all the information about the base. "Let me do it." Yi Fan ordered Magnus to plug a chip into the computer. In the base, the screen in front of Yi Fan was synchronized with the computer. Yi Fan's face suddenly became serious. His hands were like butterflies dancing in the air as he typed furiously on the keyboard. First layer of firewall, cracked. Second layer of firewall, cracked. Third layer of firewall, cracked. Internal dynamic password, cracked. Access restrictions, cracked. Yi Fan smiled slightly. He was an experienced hacker in Hessler. He had hundreds of different kinds of viruses in his hands. Except for some monsters on the dark web and the Great Disconnection technique, no one could stop him from hacking. In less than 3 minutes, all the locked files were opened. At this time, the enemy hackers finally reacted and started to delete the files frantically. On the other hand, Yi Fan quickly backed up the files. Both parties were racing against time. Soon, all the files were deleted. Yi Fan's laptop was not fast enough. Even though he was very skilled, he could only back up 28% of the files. The base usually started from the classified files first. However, it was enough. The files that Yi Fan had obtained included the distribution of the base's defense measures, internal structure, military terrain, and a large number of logs. "It's done. Come back." Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. The stolen information would definitely alert the Dark Crow Valley base. However, with the information in hand, it did not matter if they were exposed. However, Yi Fan felt that something was off. It seemed a little too smooth. "Sir, the external network has been hacked." In the intelligence control room of the Dark Crow Valley base, there were many computer screens all over the place, said a staff member. The deputy supervisor of the base, GG, was a tall and skinny man with a gloomy face. He walked to the screen calmly and said slowly, "What data has been stolen?" "The base's experiment logs, the internal structure of the base's coordinates, the base's sentry duty changing records." The staff member reported more than 10 key pieces of information. Although the network had been hacked, no one in the base showed any signs of panic. Could the intruder be from Hessler? "The bait has been thrown out. We are just waiting for the fish to take the bait." GG's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was like a hunter who had just seen his prey fall into the trap. GG went to the supervisor's office and reported to Pan Kwong. "Just now, a hacker has hacked into the external camouflage network. I think it is from Hessler. We might be attacked by the military in the future." Pan Kwong used a handkerchief to wipe a long black knife. The long knife was as cold as autumn. The body of the knife was straight and thick. The handle of the knife was wrapped with cloth. From the dried bloodstains on the knife, one could tell that the knife had been used for many years and had taken many lives. Pan Kwong focused on wiping the knife as if there was nothing else in his eyes. He did not even raise his head. He only asked, "What do you think we should do?" Gigi cleared his throat and said, "Although the enemy has only obtained the bait, the existence of the base has been exposed. I suggest that we ask the leader to evacuate the base and take all the resources and information with us. Before we evacuate, we should try our best to kill as many of the enemy's forces as possible." "Okay," Pan Kwong said calmly, "if you need me to fight, just let me know." Chapter 76. Reconnaissance I, completed. You have received 3,000 experience points. Han Xiao was awakened by the notification on the interface. He looked out of the window. It was dawn, and the sky was starting to brighten. Blue and gray mixed together. Han Xiao had only slept for 2 hours the previous night to build the new machine. He took out a bottle of water and wet his face. The refreshing feeling woke him up. He walked out of the cargo compartment and entered the base. Lin Yarrow had been working all night. Chi Baijiao was taking a nap on the sofa next to Lin Yarrow. He had also woken up. "What did you get last night?" Han Xiao asked. Lin Yarrow said weakly, "That bald man told us about his accomplices hiding in Crow Forest Town. We captured a group of criminals and found out the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base. However, they were all peripheral members and did not know much about the base. That's all we got." Han Xiao nodded. This was within his expectations. Otherwise, Reconnaissance 2 would have been completed. "Are they still in hiding?" "Yes. They are on standby in Crow Forest Town. There is no more value there. We can retreat now," Han Xiao said. Chi Baijiao, who was eating military rations for breakfast, rolled his eyes and said, "Have you forgotten that I am the commander?" Han Xiao was surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be our scapegoat?" Chi Baijiao choked on his rations and coughed. He was speechless. Just as he was about to retort, Yi Fan walked over. "Everyone from Division 13, our men have obtained the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base. The mission is complete." Chi Baijiao was shocked. It had not even been a day, and the Hessler agents had already completed the mission. Their efficiency was amazing. "Did you really obtain all the information about the Dark Crow Valley base?" Yi Fan nodded. "Winner and her men even captured a witness. Our mission is complete. Withdraw your men. Let's sort out the information together and send it to the army." Han Xiao frowned. The interface did not show that Reconnaissance 2 was completed. He asked, "Are you sure that the information is true? Can you tell us the details of the mission?" "Of course." Yi Fan briefly explained the operation of Winner and her men. Han Xiao pondered and said, "Don't you think it went too smoothly?" "Yes, but there was nothing suspicious. It could only mean that the enemy's vigilance was too low. Don't forget that we launched a surprise attack on them." "I don't think so. Being suspicious is a good thing, but being suspicious without evidence is overkill." Yi Fan frowned and said decisively, "Anyway, we'll prepare to leave tomorrow morning. We'll move together." Looking at Yi Fan's back, Han Xiao's face darkened. He was 100% sure that there was something fishy about the information Yi Fan had obtained. However, he recalled Yi Fan's description of the operation. Winner and the other agents were only a little too aggressive, but they did not make many mistakes. There was only one possibility. There was something else going on in the Dark Crow Valley base. Han Xiao did not have any evidence. Even if he voiced his suspicions, others would not believe him, just like Yi Fan. Conjecture could not be trusted. "Looks like I have to check it out myself." In the morning, Di Su Su and Winner returned to the base together. Both sides had brought back captives as witnesses. Roman was a cadre officer. He was more valuable than Di Su Su's captives. Winner had a victorious smile on her face. In her eyes, this mission was a competition between the agents of both sides. Hessler had defeated Division 13 perfectly. The agents of Division 13 were enraged by the victorious attitude of the Hessler agents. Li Lin said indignantly, "If we had changed the mission, you would have lost." Winner sneered. "The result has been decided. A loss is a loss. A win is a win." Han Xiao walked over and said, "Your information might be fake." Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he still had to remind them. Winner's expression changed. She asked Han Xiao, "What evidence do you have?" "Intuition." It was indeed an omnipotent reason. Everyone looked as if they had eaten a pound of *T. Winner was so angry that she laughed. "Then shut up. What's the weight of your speculation?" Han Xiao was not angry. Instead, he asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Winner patted Roman, who was trembling like a quail, and said, "This is my evidence." Han Xiao squatted down and looked at Roman carefully. Suddenly, he nodded, stood up, and walked away. Winner thought that he had given in and was elated. It seems that there is a powerful agent in the Dark Crow Valley base. Han Xiao's expression was solemn. Roman's fear and will to live did not seem to be fake. This meant that he was not a loyalist who had purposely provided false information. Therefore, there was only one logical conclusion. The Dark Crow Valley base had not revealed the real information to these low-ranking officers. The sentries patrolling the perimeter were not only sentries but also bait. The information that Yi Fan had hacked could have been manipulated. To find out the truth, he had to infiltrate the Dark Crow Valley base personally. A plan formed in Han Xiao's mind. However, he had to wait until nightfall. Everyone was interrogating the captives and sorting out the information. They would only leave the next morning. He still had one night. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Han Xiao said to his colleagues, "I am going to stay in the car for a while." No one replied to him. Hessler did not bother to reply, and Division 13 did not bother to reply. Only Zhong Wei said helplessly, "Go ahead if you want to. No one is stopping you." Han Xiao nodded and walked out of the base. He returned to the cargo compartment and carried Lambert's antimaterial rifle and all the necessary equipment. He then locked the door of the cargo compartment and looked around to make sure that no one was outside the base. He turned around and walked into the forest, disappearing into the darkness. He did not intend to inform his teammates. Chi Baijiao would definitely not agree. It would only cause trouble for him. After trekking for almost half the night, Han Xiao finally arrived at his target location. He equipped himself with thermal imaging night vision goggles and an environmental protection suit. After confirming that there were no enemies around, he quietly dug a hole that could fit a person. After digging the hole, Han Xiao took out 4 mechanical spiders from his toolbox, placed them on the ground, and activated them. The mechanical spiders stood up and stood in front of Han Xiao, like a team of small scouts waiting to be dispatched. Small arthropod detector, spider small insect-like detector. This was a new blueprint that Han Xiao had created. It was a practical tool that could be used as a pair of eyes and ears. It was small in size, very secretive, and could be controlled remotely. It was equipped with a heat sensor that would automatically avoid heat sources and life forms when it was not controlled. It could be described as a walking surveillance camera. With the spider detector, he did not need to get close to the hidden sentries, which reduced the chances of being discovered. Han Xiao took out his tablet and compared the images of the 4 spider detectors. It did not take long for him to determine the location of a few hidden sentries. Most of them were hidden near the trees. He quickly outlined the distribution of the hidden sentries in his mind and planned out the most suitable assassination route. In the dark forest, Han Xiao crept forward with his heavy sniper rifle, keeping his target within his shooting range. Lambert's heavy sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, so the sound it made was only as loud as a finger hitting wood. In this quiet and dark forest, even an elite agent within 100 meters would be able to notice this small movement. However, Lambert's heavy sniper rifle had a range of 800 meters. This was also the reason why Han Xiao had decided to use this weapon. Compared to taking out the hidden sentries one by one, long-range sniping was much safer and more convenient. It was worth it for him to activate the sniping branch. Han Xiao held his breath and focused. He put the target into the scope, and the distance of a few hundred meters did not seem to exist in his eyes. The feeling of being able to shoot with ease surfaced in his heart. Crosshair, head. Wind direction, 8 o'clock. Wind speed, 1. 3, deviation, 43 millimeters. Elevation angle, advance angle. Calibration completed. Han Xiao suddenly pulled the trigger. The recoil from the rifle caused his body to tremble slightly. He used his great strength to control the sniper rifle without the slightest deviation. Chapter 77. When the sniper hit the head, it was like a watermelon being smashed by a sledgehammer. Han Xiao used the spider detector to adjust his position and shoot steadily. One by one, he eliminated the sentries, and the kill notifications appeared on his interface. Sneak attack critical hit plus 200%. Fatal hit. This attack is considered a fatal hit. You have dealt 190 damage to the enemy. You have killed the Germinal Organization Sentinel. You have gained 500 EXP. Sneak attack critical hit plus 200%. Fatal hit. This attack is considered a fatal hit. You have dealt 201 damage to the enemy. You have killed the Germinal Organization Sentinel. You have gained 500 EXP. These sentries were around LV-10, and they were all normal soldiers. Their strength was about the same as the guards when Han Xiao escaped from the laboratory. At that time, he could already trample the guards, and now it was even easier. One by one, the sentries were killed, and Han Xiao gained thousands of EXP. Dark Forest Assassin, completed. You have gained 18,000 EXP. The mission was completed quite smoothly. After killing so many sentries, there should be people coming soon. Oh, they're coming. The spider detector showed that 3 fully armed rapid response teams were driving over from afar. After getting off the car, they started searching in all directions. The sentries were equipped with earphones and were connected to the communication network. If one was assassinated silently, it would take some time for them to be discovered. However, if the sentries went silent, it would immediately attract the attention of the Dark Crow Valley base, and they would immediately send out teams to search. Han Xiao had expected such a situation. When the search team found the hidden sentries who had their heads blown up one by one, they would probably search the surroundings like wild dogs in heat. Ah no, crazy dogs. Through the spider detector that he had hidden in the tree, he saw that the teams were equipped with Jason's submachine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG rocket launchers. He immediately gave up on the idea of gaining another wave of EXP. Then again, he did not intend to fight head-on. It was better to run. Han Xiao folded the heavy sniper and put on the camouflage suit that was covered with weeds and leaves. He moved stealthily and returned to the place where he dug the hole. He put the extra equipment into the toolbox and threw the heavy sniper into the hole. However, he did not fill the hole yet. When he was done, 3 search teams found the hidden sentry who had been shot in the head. The armed guards immediately carried their submachine guns equipped with flashlights and carefully spread out to search. Next to the pit was a big tree. Han Xiao hid behind the tree and confirmed the enemy's position through the spider detector. He took out a thin piece of strong steel wire and wrapped it around his glove. He leaned against the tree and held his breath as he waited. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. There was only one person who was gradually approaching the tree that he was hiding in. The location that Han Xiao had chosen was carefully chosen. It happened to be at the edge of the alert range. The further away it was, the more scattered the enemies would be. There was a high chance that only one enemy would come to search. The flashlight shone from the side of the tree. Han Xiao slowly crouched down and tightened the thin steel wire on his hands. He gathered strength in his legs and was like a praying mantis, ready to jump out at any time. The moment the armed guard's feet crossed the tree, Han Xiao moved. He went around the other side of the tree like a ghost and quickly came behind the armed guard. The armed guard had already heard his footsteps. In shock, he wanted to turn around and open fire. He opened his mouth and was about to call for help. However, Han Xiao was one step faster. He put the steel wire around the armed guard's neck from behind and tightened in an instant, causing the armed guard to choke back his cry for help. Then, Han Xiao used his knee to push away the submachine gun in the armed guard's hand. He then took 2 steps back and dragged the armed guard to the ground with his hands. The enemy's upper body leaned against Han Xiao's knees. The suffocating pressure caused the armed guard's face to quickly turn purple. He wanted to pull the thin steel wire away, but the steel wire was already embedded in his flesh. His back was facing Han Xiao. His hands moved wildly, but he couldn't grab hold of Han Xiao at all. His eyes gradually turned white. Han Xiao maintained the strength in his hands until the kill notification appeared on the interface. Only then did he let go of his hands. From the beginning to the end, he didn't let the armed guard make a sound. Han Xiao quickly took off the armed guard's clothes and put them on himself. The armed guard was a Caucasian and was about the same height as him. He quickly used a knife to trim his hair, then raised his collar and tightened his sleeves to cover all the skin that could be exposed. This was to prevent others from discovering that his skin color was not right. Then, he pressed his finger between his eyebrows and activated the switch of the face simulator. A triangular scanning ray shot out from between his eyebrows and quickly scanned the armed guard's face. Scanning simulation. Han Xiao's face suddenly changed, and in an instant, he looked exactly like the armed guard. This was his trump card to infiltrate the Germinal organization. After throwing the armed guard's naked body and the replaced equipment into the hole, he quickly filled it up with soil and made a secret mark. Then, Han Xiao put on the Germinal organization's uniform and swaggered out. Through his earpiece, he could hear the enemy's communication through the communication network. H103 reporting, no abnormalities in the northwest. H141 reporting, no abnormalities in the southeast. The number of the unlucky guy that he had replaced was H222. Han Xiao lowered his voice and repeated the same thing as the other guy. H223, what's wrong with your voice? The person who seemed to be his superior spoke. My throat hurts. After pretending to search for a while, Han Xiao was summoned back. More than 20 armed guards gathered around the car, so he didn't arouse any suspicion. The person who seemed to be the captain asked, "Didn't you find anything?" "No," everyone said in unison. The captain frowned. "Get in the car. Return to the base." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was similar to his plan. He could sneak into this team and follow them directly to the Dark Crow Valley base. The car drove into an inconspicuous cave. After driving for about 3 minutes, the scenery in front of them opened up. There was another world in the cave. It was a small parking lot. The car stopped, and everyone alighted. Han Xiao followed the team forward and came to a stone wall that looked very normal. The captain stretched out his hand and pried open a stone. This stone was actually a disguise. It was a metal box with a card reader hidden in it. The captain took out his ID card and swiped it. The stone wall suddenly opened up. Han Xiao realized that the stone wall was actually a metal door. It was sprayed with a layer of realistic stone-colored coating. It was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real thing. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. This is strange. This is similar to the information that Hessler received. Han Xiao was confused. These scenes were all written in Yi Fan's information, and they were all correct. Moreover, they were the same as the screenshots and posts that he remembered from the players. Why didn't the interface say that Reconnaissance 2 was completed? What went wrong? Could it be that the Dark Crow Valley base at this time was more mysterious? Han Xiao followed the team forward. Along the way, they passed through 2 security checkpoints. He used his ID card to enter the Dark Crow Valley base. This was a secret underground base. The structure was mainly made of steel. Everywhere was a cold grey color, which added to the solemn atmosphere. The corridors were winding, and there were many rooms. Members of the Germinal organization walked in and out as if they were busy transporting supplies. Han Xiao looked up and saw a surveillance camera at the corner of the ceiling. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. I can be considered to be a lone army going deep into enemy territory with a single blade. Second Master, please protect me. I've successfully infiltrated. What should I do next? Should I wander around or find someone to ask? No. I might expose myself if I ask. I don't know what kind of information is the target. Can I only rely on my luck? No, since the requirement of reconnaissance 2 is to find out specific information about the Dark Crow Valley base, there must be something strange here. If the information given by the low-ranking officers is bait, then the members here probably don't know anything about it. Therefore, I have to be careful of those who act differently from the others. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao started to walk and observe his surroundings. 13 sentries were killed. Gigi frowned. In his opinion, the enemy should have believed the fake information given by the external network. Why did they attack the sentries again? Was it to test the authenticity of the information? It seemed that the intruders were more cautious than he thought. Gigi shook his head. But they are still too inexperienced. The 2-level network was a trap set by Gigi when he was the deputy manager of the base. It was to prevent intruders from coming into contact with them. Now, it was finally showing its effect. Pure fake information would be exposed at first glance. In order to increase the authenticity of the information, Gigi did not hesitate to use the lives of his own people as bait. The bait contained some real information, which included the exact location of the base and the distribution of all the sentries and fortifications from the 3rd to the 6th level. Only by mixing the real information with the fake would the enemy fall into the trap. The firepower of the last 2 levels of defense was more than 10 times stronger. Furthermore, there was another trump card. The leader has agreed to arrange the evacuation route. The reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. We can evacuate by then. Before that, let's give Hessler a big gift. The main force of the Germinal organization was located in the mainland of Andrea. The hundreds of branches and bases in other continents were all tentacles of the organization. They were secretly developing and expanding, accumulating resources for the organization, and becoming the hidden nail in the enemy's territory. It was not the time to be exposed yet. Once they were discovered, they would have to evacuate to prevent losses. A single base could not withstand the endless military power of the 6 nations. Chapter 78. When infiltrating a base, the more nervous one was, the easier it was to be exposed. Han Xiao had experience in infiltration. He was calm and collected, and he did not attract any attention. After wandering around the base for a while, he gradually understood the structure of the base. The base was hidden in the middle of the mountain. It was not small, at least 5 or 6 times larger than the laboratory that he had stayed in before. There were 2 exits. One was the main entrance, and the other was a side door that was directly connected to the outside world. It was convenient for personnel to enter and leave alone. For some reason, Han Xiao felt that something was wrong in the base, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Most of the people had a serious expression on their faces as they hurriedly moved the important supplies. Have you heard? The higher-ups want us to evacuate. It seems that the Hessler people have discovered us. The higher-ups said that the scouts in Crow Forest Town have lost contact. It seems that a war is about to break out. After turning a corner, Han Xiao heard voices. A few armed guards were gathered together and talking. They sounded worried. When they saw Han Xiao, one of them shouted, "Hey, Talamander, did you guys find anything when you went out to search?" Talamander was the real name of H-223. He was a Caucasian. Han Xiao wrapped himself tightly in his uniform, so his skin color could not be seen. These few guards seemed to know Talamander. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The sentry posts outside were shot in the head by a sniper rifle. There was no enemy. "I guess this is the work of the Hessler people," he said. The guards were worried. They were armed personnel. If the enemy attacked, they would have to stop them. "I'm so envious of the civilian staff. They can evacuate first," one of the guards said angrily. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The evacuation of the Dark Crow Valley base was expected. After all, they were facing the official army of Hessler, and this was only a sub-base. It was impossible for all of them to stay and fight to the death. However, It was not an easy task to evacuate. With so many people, they would leave traces in the forest and be tracked by the Hessler army. Therefore, some of the armed personnel had to stay behind to fight the enemy. The officers and civilian staff had to evacuate first with the important supplies. Some confidential supplies were more important than people. The remaining armed personnel would only receive the order to evacuate when the officers were out of danger. The ultimate goal of the faction mission was to destroy the Dark Crow Valley base. That included the enemy's forces. If they were to only occupy an empty base, the mission completion rate would be very low. Han Xiao suddenly realized a problem. Why didn't the base evacuate when they knew about Hessler's invasion? Yi Fan invaded last night and it's been 24 hours. It should be enough time for them to retreat. Something's wrong. At this time, a burly man walked over and shouted, "What are you all doing? Don't you have anything to do? Go and carry the things." The few guards hurriedly apologized in fear and trepidation. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. This officer was the base's guard captain, Duo Meng, a tall and sturdy Sharnak. What secrets did the base hold? Such a core figure would definitely know. After Duo Meng berated him a few times, he turned around and left. Han Xiao followed him from a distance. After turning a few corners, he was suddenly stunned. Duo Meng had actually disappeared. He had only left his line of sight for 2 seconds. There was no one in this corridor except for a utility room. Han Xiao walked over and twisted the doorknob. There was no lock on the door. He pushed the door open and walked in. There was no one inside, only a pile of miscellaneous items. The lights were not turned on, and the light from the corridor outside shone in through the gap of the door. Han Xiao suddenly frowned as he realized something was wrong. The utility room was spotless, and there were no footprints on the floor. Logically speaking, very few people would be in the utility room. Even 5-star hotels were too lazy to organize cleaners every day, so it was even more impossible for the Germinal organization to do so. Han Xiao was sure that there was a secret door here. Otherwise, Duo Meng would not have disappeared into thin air. However, he could not find the location of the secret door. What would be behind the secret door? Suddenly, Han Xiao covered his mouth and coughed. While he was bending down, he took out the only spider detector he had on him and threw it to the corner of the storage room. Then, he quickly left the storage room and found a blind spot where there were no surveillance cameras. He took out his tablet and activated the spider detector to keep an eye on the storage room. This lasted for 2 hours, which was far beyond Han Xiao's estimation. He was extremely tense and felt a little tired. At this time, there was finally a change in the utility room. A metal door cracked open on one side of the wall, and 2 people walked out. They were not armed and seemed to be technicians. It is indeed a secret door. The 2 of them hurriedly left the utility room. Han Xiao quietly followed them. His eyes turned, and he quickened his pace. He bumped into the 2 from behind, and the 3 of them staggered. Sorry. Han Xiao hurriedly apologized and helped the 2 of them up. The 2 of them did not say anything. Han Xiao continued to follow the 2 of them. At this time, he had a white card in his hand. It was the ID card that one of them had put in his shirt pocket. Learn how to steal and travel the world. The card was exactly the same as a normal ID card, but Han Xiao felt that the chip inside was different. It had the authority to pass through the secret door. He followed the 2 of them all the way to the side door of the base. The 2 of them greeted the guards at the door and walked out. Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He finally knew what was wrong with this base. The atmosphere. Most of the people were nervous and worried that the Hessler army would launch a large-scale attack. However, a small number of people stayed at their posts and were not worried at all. It was as if they had something to rely on, which was different from the nervous people. If one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice a small number of the latter. The 2 of them who had walked out of the secret door just now had a look of confidence. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had a guess, but he still needed to verify it. When he came to the side door, the guard stopped him. You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission. Han Xiao took out the stolen ID card and said, I bumped into the two of them just now, and they dropped this ID card. I will give it to them before they go too far. The guard nodded and let him go. Han Xiao walked out of the side door. Outside the base was a forest valley. It was already early in the morning. The two of them were only a few hundred meters away, and he could only see their small backs. He quickly chased after them. The two of them heard footsteps behind them and turned around. They were alert. You dropped your ID cards. When Han Xiao came closer, the two of them realized that Han Xiao was a colleague they had met in the base. They were relieved. The one who had dropped his ID card touched his pocket and said in surprise, "When did you drop it?" "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "We are all revolutionary comrades who are working together to build a spiritual civilization. This is what I should do." Han Xiao walked closer with a smile. "You are such an interesting person." One of them smiled. Just as he was about to reach out and take the ID card, Han Xiao's expression suddenly froze. He suddenly attacked and landed a heavy punch on the opponent's stomach. The force went through the opponent's flesh and shook the opponent's guts. The opponent's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. Before the other person could even scream, Han Xiao had already grabbed his neck with one hand, strangling his windpipe, and smashing his head onto the ground. Then, he slammed his palm into the ground and knocked the two ordinary people unconscious. Han Xiao took out his belt and tied the two of them together. He dragged them behind him and walked in a big circle to avoid the possible sentries. When he was far enough away from the base, he slapped the two of them to wake them up. The two of them woke up and said in horror, You are not from the base." Han Xiao unsheathed his retractable machete and stroked the blade with his fingers. "I know you guys have some information that normal members don't know. Please tell me honestly," he said coldly. The two of them gulped and said, "We low-level members don't know anything." "Low-level members?" Han Xiao laughed. He suddenly stabbed the knife and went straight for the lower part of one of them. Ah! The man was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Suddenly, he realized that he didn't feel any pain. He lowered his head and saw the shiny blade rubbing against his inner thigh and stabbing into the soil. It was only 3 centimeters away from his little brother. The cold metal clearly transmitted to his crotch. "I know that there is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch of the Germinal organization." Han Xiao's tone was murderous. Although the two of them did not know what eunuch meant, Han Xiao's actions showed what he was going to do. The two of them were shocked. How do you know about the secret door?" "I am the one asking the questions." Han Xiao raised his knife and slid the blade against the other person's private part. It was as if he was going to cut down at any time. The other person was so scared that he peed. F***ck, he really peed. "My knife." The two of them were dejected. Since the secret had been found out, there was no point in hiding it. They told him the secret while trembling. 10 minutes later, Han Xiao frowned. "So that's how it is." Chapter 79. Dawn, the secret base. It was time to evacuate. The agents from both sides packed up and prepared to leave. Brother Xiao, where is he?" Lin Yarrow knocked on the door of the cargo compartment. He had been knocking on the door for 3 minutes, and the agents from Division 13 were getting impatient. "He doesn't seem to be in the car." "Where did he go?" Li Lin asked. Everyone looked at each other. Han Xiao had said that he would wait in the car, but now he was gone. "Where did he go last night?" Qi Baijiu asked Zhong Wei's team. "What are you going to do?" "We will stay and wait for him to come back," Zhong Wei said. "Is that necessary?" Di Susu asked. "The car keys are with him." Zhong Wei gritted his teeth. He felt that the veins on his forehead were about to turn into a dragon and fly away. Everyone's face twitched. They did not know if they were lucky or unlucky to have such a team member. Qi Baijiu was unhappy. He hated all the uncertain factors in the mission. He thought that Han Xiao had a good grasp of the big picture, but now it seemed that he was blind. Team members who act without permission are all bastard. If something goes wrong, I will be the scapegoat. Scammer. On the other hand, the agents from Hessler noticed the behavior of the agents from Division 13 and discussed in secret. Someone from their team wants to stay. Didn't we agree to work together? Yifan frowned and went to ask Qi Baijiao. After getting the answer, he returned to the Hessler agents and explained. Who is missing? It's the logistician with the mask. His name is Han Xiao. Oh, it's him. Winner's face suddenly tensed up. She said, when we received the information yesterday, Han Xiao denied us without any evidence. He disappeared at night and did not leave a message. He did not return the entire night. This is very suspicious. Could he be a spy? The agents from Hessler were stunned. Be careful with your words. Yifan frowned. He did not believe this speculation, but Han Xiao's behavior was indeed suspicious. He said softly, when we return to the base, we will report the situation to the commander. The agents left, leaving only Zhong Wei and his team in the base. Where did Brother Xiao go? Lin Yarrow could not help but ask. Li Lin rolled her eyes. How would I know? He didn't say anything last night. Zhong Wei shook his head, feeling tired. That guy really doesn't have me in his eyes. A few hours later, the agents from both sides returned to the border. Winner and Yifan immediately reported to Carl. A Division 13 agent did not return for the entire night. Carl paced back and forth, his brows furrowed. Are you sure? Winner nodded. He left without saying a word last night, right after we found out about the Dark Crow Valley base. Yifan added, although it's suspicious, it doesn't mean he's a spy. Carl nodded slowly. I will verify this with Stardragon's people later. Let's talk about the intelligence first. Winner said, the captives we brought back have been put through a lie detector test. It can prove that everything they say is true. Yifan personally hacked into the enemy's network to gather this information. We can guarantee its authenticity. Carl's eyes were sharp as he said resolutely, then let's go to war immediately. Otherwise, the situation might change. Yifan hesitated for a moment before saying, if the army is deployed, the Division 13 agents who are still in the secret base will be in danger. Carl did not care at all. For the sake of our strategic goals, what's the harm in sacrificing 1 or 2 Stardragon people? If they're not from our country, their intentions will definitely be different. At the same time, Han Xiao took a huge detour and finally brought the 2 captives back to the place where he buried the toolbox. The journey was extremely arduous, and he was so tired that he almost vomited blood. These 2 burdens did not have environmental concealment suits. He spent a few hours to bypass all the security zones. Fortunately, these 2 captives were technicians who were in charge of adjusting the detectors and mines. They provided him with a lot of information. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so quietly. The 2 captives tried to trick Han Xiao a few times along the way. They wanted to deliberately lure him into the security zone and expose him. However, they were seen through by Han Xiao and were severely punished. Only then did they give up and obey obediently. At this time, the sun was hanging high in the sky. Han Xiao calculated the time and sighed. Not good. It's past the estimated time. I think the others have already left. He dug out the toolbox, took out a communication device, and contacted Zhong Wei. Hello, Jiang. I'm Huang He. Please reply if you can hear me. Huang, your *SS. Zhong Wei's exasperated voice immediately sounded in the earpiece. Where did you go? I didn't see you for the whole night. The others have already left. We can only wait for you at the base. That's right. You have to compensate me. I want new equipment. Li Lin squeezed into the channel. Just by listening to her tone, Zhong Wei could imagine her pouting face. Why does she look so cute? Han Xiao shook his head and said, I snuck into the Dark Crow Valley base and found a piece of confidential information. Zhong Wei's face turned serious. I'll help you contact Staff Officer Qi. At the border military camp, Qi Baijiao received a call and asked, Zhong Wei, what's wrong? Is Han Xiao back? He wants to talk to you. Qi Baijiao said unhappily, then let him explain it to me. Han Xiao entered the channel and said, I've found a secret. The Dark Crow Valley base is divided into an inner and outer base. The outer base is where the peripheral members work, while the inner base is where the core members live. The outer base is hidden deep in the mountain. The peripheral members don't even know about the inner base. The inner base is kept secret from all peripheral members. The inner base can be closed and blocked at any time. He interrogated the two captives and found out that the Dark Crow Valley base was divided into two layers. There was a deeper secret base hidden deep in the mountain where important resources were stored. That was the real core area. The base leaders did not disclose the existence of the inner base to the peripheral members. Most of the people in the base were also kept a secret. Even the players in his previous life did not know about the existence of the inner base. The inner base was connected to many evacuation routes. The core members could leave secretly. The locations of these routes were kept secret. Until the time of evacuation, no one knew which route the base leaders had chosen. Chi Baijiu immediately understood the value of this information. If Hessler did not know about the existence of the inner base, they would be fooled into thinking that they had won when the outer base was breached. Then, they would retreat. In reality, the enemy's core forces would be unharmed. The inner base would be preserved, and they could move back secretly in the future to make it a more secretive stronghold. Chi Baijiu was secretly shocked. He did not expect that Han Xiao's unauthorized action would yield such crucial information. Although it was a good job, he still had to emphasize that unauthorized action was not a good thing to do. Wait for a while, I'll report to the commander immediately. Chi Baijiu requested to see Carl, but he was stopped by the adjutant. He waited anxiously for 5 minutes before he was granted an audience. He walked into the office and found Yi Fan and Winner there. Carl glanced at Chi Baijiu and asked, "What's the matter?" "One of my team members has obtained confidential information. He needs to report it to you." "Han Xiao?" "It's him." Chi Baijiu nodded. He did not notice that Winner, Carl, and Yi Fan were looking at him strangely. Carl's eyes flickered. "Speak." Hence, Han Xiao repeated what he said through the communicator and added, "If we attack recklessly, we will only be able to destroy an empty shell. I hope that we can delay the operation and let our people find out the enemy's evacuation time and route. We can also figure out the structure of the inner base. When the time comes, we can directly intercept the enemy's retreating troops and avoid attacking the enemy's fortifications head-on." Carl was expressionless when he heard that. He suddenly asked, "Where did you get the information from?" "I disguised myself and infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base. I captured 2 of the insiders." Carl suddenly shouted, "You're lying." From Carl's point of view, it was impossible for Han Xiao to complete the infiltration even if he disguised himself. It would take at least 10 minutes to make a realistic human skin mask. He did not know what kind of enemy he would encounter, so it was impossible for him to make the mask in advance. It was a paradox. It was like Xiao Ming climbed up a tree and realized that it was too high from the ground, so he went home to get a ladder and climbed down the tree. Han Xiao was stunned. He then realized that these people did not know about the ability of the face simulator. The ability of the face simulator was his trump card. He would not reveal it, but that would not explain the details of his infiltration. "This is my ability." Han Xiao could only give an ambiguous answer. "Unless you show it, it won't be convincing." Carl remained expressionless. He was secretly vigilant. Chapter 80. Han Xiao furrowed his eyebrows. "Do you have any evidence to back up your intel?" Chi Baijiu tried to help. Of course, he trusted Han Xiao. However, Hessler was in a different position, and there was a crisis of trust between both parties. Han Xiao paused for a moment. "I have 2 captives. You can send them to the lie detector, and you will know that I am right." Carl narrowed his eyes. "Bring them back then." Chi Baijiu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was curious about how Han Xiao managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Xiao had some special means. Fortunately, they had the captives as evidence to prove that Han Xiao was not lying. After hanging up the call, Carl summoned his adjutant and said, "Pass down my order. Set off. Our target is the Dark Crow Valley base." Qi Baijiu was stunned. This was different from what they had agreed on. Carl could not be bothered to explain. It would take a few hours for Han Xiao to bring the so-called captives over. If Han Xiao was late again, it would take even more time. If the Dark Crow Valley people took the opportunity to retreat, the army would not be able to make it in time. As a commander, he would not change his decision just because of some uncertain intel. He trusted Yi Fan's intel. There were witnesses, evidence, and reliable sources. Carl believed that even if Han Xiao was telling the truth, there would be no loss in sending the troops ahead of time. Han Xiao could still bring the captives over to join them. The difference was that sending the troops ahead of time would put the Dark Crow Valley base into a state of war, and Han Xiao's team would be in danger. However, what did the life and death of the Star Dragon agents have to do with him? Even if they died in battle, the higher-ups of Hessler would not pursue the matter. If Division 13 protested, there would be someone to stop them. Anyway, Han Xiao had already provided him with information about the base. Carl did not care if Han Xiao could prove it. As long as he could take over the Dark Crow Valley base, he would be able to follow this lead and verify it. Qi Baijiu said angrily, "My men are still near the Dark Crow Valley base. If you attack without authorization, they will be in danger." Carl said calmly, "The opportunity is fleeting. We cannot delay it because of one or two agents. Since they are agents, they have to consider the big picture. I believe they will understand." "I don't agree," Qi Baijiu said angrily. "It's not up to you." Carl pressed the bell, and a group of soldiers rushed in and pointed their guns at Qi Baijiu. Carl said coldly, "Send Stardragon's friend to the car. We will depart together later. Remove all communication devices from them. I don't want them to contact anyone and reveal our whereabouts." He emphasized the word friend, and the meaning was obvious. Qi Baijiu trembled with anger. "Sai, how did it end up like this?" Yi Fan was speechless. Han Xiao's suggestion was conservative, while Carl's suggestion was more radical. Both of them were not wrong, but Carl was the commander, and Han Xiao was only a subordinate, and not a direct descendant of Hessler. Winner looked on coldly. After ending the communication, Han Xiao's face sank. He had a faint intuition that Carl was a more radical commander and would probably send troops ahead of time. This person is too eager for quick success. Han Xiao sighed. He didn't have much time left. If he wanted to complete the mission, he had to rely on himself. Now, he only knew the existence of the inner base, but did not know the enemy's escape route and time. He needed more information, so he had to sneak in again. This time, he would use the identities of the two captives to enter the inner base. Han Xiao was not going to do it himself. For the sake of his own plan, sneaking in again was not the best choice. The most suitable candidate was Lin Yarrow, a hacker who could infiltrate the enemy's network. He was like a computer virus that could disrupt the enemy's communication network at critical moments, rendering the enemy blind and deaf. In that case, he would need to create human skin masks for the two captives. There were molds and makeup tools in the big black cargo compartment, so the disguises could be completed in an hour or two. With that in mind, Han Xiao forced himself to stay alert. He used up all his remaining energy and dragged the two captives forward. In the afternoon, they returned to the secret base. The team members who were waiting for them there greeted them. "Are you okay?" Lin Yarrow hurried over to support Han Xiao, who was almost out of energy. Han Xiao shook his head. "There's no time to waste. Listen to me. Make the human skin masks for the two captives now. Lin Yarrow and Lambert will use their identity cards to sneak into the inner base. I'll tell you the details later." Lin Yarrow's face turned pale. Brother Xiao, I don't have any experience in espionage. Can we get someone else? You're a hacker. If you don't go to hell, who will?" Lin Yarrow was petrified. "Let me take the other spot," Li Lin volunteered. Han Xiao glanced at her and shook his head without hesitation. Li Lin was furious. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Han Xiao pointed at her chest. "Too big. It's hard to wrap my arms around it." Li Lin was petrified. Lin Yarrow hurriedly grabbed Han Xiao's sleeve. "Brother Xiao, Do you want to come with me? He asked hopefully. No way. It's so dangerous. Cough, such a simple mission. It's not challenging at all. You've definitely exposed something. Li Ya Lin and Lin Yarrow roared in their hearts. Let me do it then, Zhong Wei said. Han Xiao shook his head. No, no one can use the armor without you. Oh, right. You're still the captain. So you still remember that I'm the captain. Zhong Wei smiled bitterly. Ever since Han Xiao appeared, his position as the captain had become more and more like a figurehead. Han Xiao pointed at Lambert and said, I've decided on you, the Lambert beast. Lambert was speechless. *T, I'm dead meat, Lin Yarrow said in despair. Lambert was expressionless. He slapped the back of Lin Yarrow's head to express his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Am I so different from Han Xiao? Everyone put on makeup for the two captives in the cargo compartment as they drove closer to the Dark Crow Valley base to save time. They parked the car outside the security perimeter. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yarrow were done with their makeup. They looked exactly like the captives. With microphones in their ears, they held their ID cards and headed to the side entrance of the Dark Crow Valley base. Brother Xiao, are you sure you can do it? Lin Yarrow asked weakly through the earpiece. Sincerity is everything. Lin Yarrow felt like he was going to vomit blood. He looked at Lambert and asked, Uncle, aren't you afraid? For the sake of the mission, we have to try even if there's only a slim chance, Lambert said calmly. Han Xiao clapped. Well said. You're very loyal. Lambert was speechless. When they arrived at the side entrance, Lin Yarrow was so nervous that his teeth were chattering. Are we going to be exposed? Lambert pressed on Lin Yarrow's shoulder and said in a low voice, the more nervous you are, the more likely you'll be exposed. Lin Yarrow calmed himself down and swiped his ID card. The security guard opened the door. Seeing that there was no problem with the ID card, he stepped aside. The two of them followed the instructions and went to the storeroom. They found the ID card reader and used the ID cards of the captives to open the secret door, revealing a metal passageway. The passageway was very long. After walking for 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the inner base. The inner base was even more secure than the outer base. Computer screens were hung on the walls, and people were coming and going, carrying supplies and information. The two of them looked at each other. This time, they were really in the enemy's camp. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yarrow was scared out of his wits, thinking that they had been exposed. Lambert frowned and pressed down on Lin Yarrow's pale face. Calm down, we didn't trigger the alarm, he whispered. The inner base members whispered to each other. What happened? Is there an enemy invasion? Ji Jie walked out with a calm face. Everyone, be quiet. Hessler's border troops are on their way to the base. The outer base's armed personnel are already on their way to the security perimeter. We'll be able to hold them off for a while. Prepare to retreat. With the endoskeleton providing power to move, he finally did not need to use much energy. Furthermore, his vision turned into an analysis interface, and a series of battlefield data appeared. It could even assist in aiming. Zhong Wei was pleasantly surprised, and his eyes widened. So strong. Han Xiao was putting high-explosive sniper bullets into his antimaterial rifle. Hearing this, he said calmly, this is just the most basic modification. Zhong Wei only had one thought at this moment. 360,000 yuan was really worth it. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of bullets hitting the heavy truck became more frequent. Return fire. Han Xiao roared, and Zhong Wei kicked open the door of the cargo compartment. Zhong Wei's field of vision suddenly opened up, and the helmet blocked his ferocious expression. He raised both of his hands, raised the large-caliber triple-barreled machine gun, and opened fire with a roar. 2222. The high-frequency gunshots were deafening, and the thick gunfire crazily spewed out. The bullet shells were automatically thrown out and fell to the ground. The large caliber bullets were like rainbows crossing the sky, dragging flames behind them as they shot into the armored vehicles. Boom! The bulletproof windows of the two off-road vehicles were shattered, and the people in the vehicles were shot into sieves. Two long chains of ammo were attached to the outside of Zhong Wei's thighs, and they were dragged all the way to his back, filling up an entire box. These were all ammo that Han Xiao had prepared for him, enough for the battler armored prototype to unleash its firepower. Dozens of armored off-road vehicles hurriedly spread out in formation to avoid Zhong Wei's strafing fire. At the same time, they returned fire with their mounted machine guns. However, Zhong Wei stood at the door of the cargo compartment in his armor. The external armor was mixed with platinum alloy by Han Xiao. The bullets hit his body, and the durability dropped very slowly. Zhong Wei even held the hexagonal shield on his back in front of him to block the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by his reef-like body. Han Xiao raised his sniper rifle and fired one high-explosive bullet after another, setting the pursuing vehicles on fire. The enemy drivers were caught off guard, and the flames burned the internal engines of the off-road vehicles. One by one, the vehicles were turned off. However, more off-road vehicles quickly closed in, and the external armor of the heavy truck was densely filled with bullet holes. This distance was enough. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he threw away the antimaterial rifle. He took out the weapon box that contained the bamboo dragonfly version of the delayed high-explosive grenades and threw them out like they were free. The grenades flew close to the ground, and they just happened to fly under the chassis of the off-road vehicles and exploded. Boom! The armored off-road vehicle was lifted from the bottom by the explosion. Under the kinetic force of the remaining momentum, it flipped forward in the air and rotated 180 degrees before hitting the ground with its top. The fuel tank was ignited, causing a second explosion, and all the people inside were killed or injured. The kill notifications on the screen were crazily refreshed. Every time he flipped over an SUV, he would be able to kill at least 4 to 8 enemies in the vehicle. Coupled with the experience gained from destroying vehicles, a single vehicle would give him 5,000 to 7,000 experience points. This made him even more excited to blow up an SUV. The prepared grenades finally came in handy. Ah! Screams rang in his ears. Han Xiao hurriedly came back to his senses, and his heart sank when he saw that 2 captives had been killed by stray bullets. The captives are dead. The firepower of the pursuing off-road vehicles became sparse, and the people in the vehicles were scared out of their wits by the firepower of the heavy truck. A single heavy truck had destroyed more than 20 of their armored vehicles. It was simply appalling. Li Lin suddenly became excited. I see Hessler's army. Han Xiao looked out of the window. Under the night sky, a large number of Hessler's military vehicles appeared in front of them. They were moving slowly, and their lights were brightly lit. Reporting to the commander, there is a small group of troops exchanging fire in front. Carl looked at the video feed inside the command vehicle and was shocked by the scene in front of him. More than 20 armored off-road vehicles were chasing after a heavy truck that was riddled with holes. Looking from afar, they left behind a trail of overturned off-road vehicles that were burning fiercely, like continuous beacons of war. Carl was bewildered and uncertain. The firepower of this team of Division 13 agents was ferocious. It was rare to see a team of agents with such strong combat power. Their firepower was comparable to that of a modern army, and they were small in number and agile in movement. This kind of team was usually the trump card. He suppressed the shock in his heart and squinted his eyes. Yi Fan, Winner, and the rest also saw this scene and were shocked. A single heavy truck withstood the firepower of an entire convoy and killed half of the pursuing soldiers. What kind of firepower was this? That heavy truck has been hit by at least 1,000 bullets, and it is still moving. That heavy truck must have been specially modified. They saw with their own eyes that a grenade had struck the armor of the heavy truck. However, the armor of the heavy truck was only slightly deformed. If it had been a normal vehicle, it would have been blown up into the sky. What kind of metal was that? It was too hard. Even the members of Division 13 were dumbfounded. When did Zhong Wei's team become so strong? Chapter 82. The Germinal Organization's fleet quickly turned around and fled. Karl's eyes flashed, and he ordered, "Cover them with fire, blow them all up." The adjutant understood what Karl meant. He was secretly shocked, but he quickly passed down the order and set the attack range. The fleet, equipped with honeycomb missile launchers, slowly moved forward and fired a barrage of short-range rockets. Big Black happened to be at the edge of the bombardment range. The sharp-eyed members of Division 13 noticed this, and they were both shocked and furious. The adjutant quickly explained, "We miscalculated the range. This is bad." Chi Baijiao was enraged. "Karl, what are you trying to do?" he yelled. "What are you trying to do?" Karl did not answer. He was expressionless, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being from Hessler." The flames of the rockets left a bright and murderous glow on Li Yailin's retina. She said in horror, "Are they trying to blow us all up?" Hessler did it on purpose. Zhong Wei was furious. Although he knew that participating in the joint operation would not avoid the hostility of the other countries, he did not expect this commander to actually take action. If they died, it would be a waste of their lives. He could just say that it was an accident and get away with it. Only the radicals would use such a dirty trick to kill their allies without thinking of the consequences. The Germinal Organization was the common enemy of the Six Nations. Everyone agreed to fight against terrorism, but they were not allies. There was constant friction. The leaders pretended to be polite, and the people below them were the pawns of the war. Familiar, right? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Nitrogen acceleration." Li Yai-lin immediately pressed the button. The exhaust pipe of the heavy truck burst into blue flames, and the truck's speed suddenly increased like a raging rhinoceros. The sudden acceleration force pinned her to the seat, and she could not move. The rocket launcher array was rapidly approaching. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Boom. Finally, the hot wind blew up a mushroom-like dust cloud, and a continuous cloud of fire rose from the planes. In an instant, everyone was temporarily deafened. The sound was beyond the human ear's tolerance. The explosion scene in front of them seemed to have turned into a pantomime. All that was left was the dazzling flames that kept expanding and rising, illuminating the entire night sky. Everything within the attack range, be it cars or people, was torn into pieces. After a full 3 seconds, the buzzing sound entered his ears again. The agents of Division 13 were enraged. Di Susu's eyes were filled with grief and murderous intent. Green flames were faintly rising from her body. The wind blew. The heavy truck broke through the black fog, dragging the burning rear of the truck as it staggered out. A small part of the cargo compartment was blown up, and some equipment and parts were turned into scrap iron. "They're still alive." The members of Division 13 were pleasantly surprised. Li Yai-lin still had a lingering fear in her heart. It was only 10 meters away, and Big Black almost couldn't escape the range of the firepower. If it wasn't for the nitrogen acceleration, there would be nothing left of it this time. Han Xiao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He wasn't completely unscathed. The shockwave of the explosion had entered his body, causing him to lose over 200 HP. His back had slammed into the carriage, and the second shockwave had caused him to lose another 50 HP. Even now, he was still feeling dizzy. After the nitrogen-fueled acceleration was completed, the engine of the heavy truck was overloaded. It only stopped when it reached the front of Hessler's army. When the Hessler soldiers saw the countless bullet holes on the heavy truck at close range, they felt a chill down their spines. What kind of intense battle had this truck been through? It was as if they had been shot into a sieve. It's a pity that the explosion didn't kill them. Karl frowned slightly in disappointment. Han Xiao and the rest alighted from the truck, and the agents of Division 13 quickly surrounded them. Chi Baijiao was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. When he saw that Han Xiao was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Karl walked over, and the agents of Division 13 immediately glared at him. Zhong Wei gritted his teeth and controlled the armored vehicle to approach Karl. The soldiers at the side immediately pointed their guns at them. The adjutant shouted, "What are you doing?" Step back. I want an explanation. Zhong Wei shouted. Explanation? Childish. Carl ignored him. He glanced at Han Xiao and said calmly, "Where are the captives that you mentioned?" "Dead." Carl had sent the troops ahead of time and put him in danger. The 2 captives that he had painstakingly captured had died because of this. Most importantly, Carl had wanted to kill him with the explosion. Han Xiao lowered his eyes to hide the coldness in his eyes. "So, you don't have any evidence?" Carl frowned with dissatisfaction. His attitude once again angered the agents of Division 13. However, logic told them not to act rashly. They were in Hessler's territory, and if they were to turn hostile, they would definitely die. Qi Baijiao suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Just wait for Division 13 to question you." Carl did not care. Division 13 could not do anything to him. This was just a mistake without evidence. At most, he would be criticized by Division 13. It was not a big deal. As long as he could conquer the Dark Crow Valley, he would be able to earn a considerable amount of merit. With the help of the people behind him, he would be able to become one of the core forces of the radical faction. No matter how Division 13 criticized him, he would be rejected by the higher-ups of Hessler. Carl thought for a while and pointed at Han Xiao, who seemed to be the most seriously injured, and said, "Bring him to the medics to check on his injuries." Han Xiao was expressionless as he followed the medics to the logistics vehicle. His injuries were all soft tissue injuries. With his endurance, he would recover after a short rest. He waved the medics away. The logistics vehicle started moving quickly, and the Hessler army continued to advance. He shook his head, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. He had not slept since yesterday. Now was a good time to rest. The sound of gunshots could be heard from afar. Han Xiao opened his eyes. He had been a light sleeper. When he got out of the vehicle, he realized that it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. At this time, the Hessler army had already reached the Dark Crow Valley security zone. The front line was engaged in a fierce battle. The 6-layer security zone of the Dark Crow Valley base was not only for patrols and sentry posts. It was also a buffer zone for large-scale armies. There were many bunkers and watchtowers. At this time, these strategic points were all guarded by enemies. It was a wartime situation. If the Hessler army wanted to get close to the Dark Crow Valley base, they would first have to break through the 6-layer security zone. In the forest, the Hessler army attacked all kinds of fortifications, watchtowers, and bunkers. Based on Yi Fan's intelligence, they were gradually advancing. Han Xiao was in the logistics unit, far away from the battlefield. 2 soldiers were waiting by the side. Han Xiao asked casually, "How is the situation now?" One of the soldiers said, "It is going well. Our army has advanced to the 4th layer of the outer perimeter." Han Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to leave, 2 soldiers stopped him. "The colonel wants you to recuperate here." When Han Xiao heard this, he immediately understood that Carl had put him under house arrest. He frowned and asked, "What about my companions? Your commanding officer also ordered us to look after you and let you rest." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He understood Qi Baijiao's intention. He did not want him to take any more risks. Qi Baijiao did not dare to let Han Xiao go to the front line personally after he was almost killed by the rocket launchers. "This is actually more beneficial to my plan," Han Xiao thought to himself. He turned around and saw that Dahe was being dragged by a tow truck. It was parked at the side. The chase had almost destroyed the truck. It would not be usable without a major repair. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He walked toward the truck. The 2 soldiers did not stop him. As long as Han Xiao did not leave the logistics area, they would not interfere. He walked into the cargo compartment. Everything was still there. The bodies of the 2 captives had been disposed of. Han Xiao took out a communication device from the box and connected it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Damn, I'm still alive." Lin Yao's annoyed voice came through the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing to evacuate. I heard from the higher-ups that the other bases have deployed all their forces to stop Hessler's army. However, We have not found out the evacuation route yet. It seems that we will only know when we evacuate together. Oh right, I found out that the information given by Yi Fan was fake. The distribution of fortifications from the 3rd to the 6th level was real, but the 1st and 2nd levels were completely different. If Hessler's army had followed Yi Fan's information, they would have suffered heavy losses. Did you tell them? No, you are the first person to contact me. That's good. Don't inform Hessler. Lin Yarrow was puzzled. Why? Han Xiao told Lin Yarrow about the rocket launcher incident. Lin Yarrow was furious. This is too much. Carl had exposed his killing intent. Naturally, Division 13 would not help their army to reduce their losses. Han Xiao provided the information for the sake of completing the mission. Only by killing Pan Kuang, GG, and the other core members would the mission completion rate be high. Carl saw him as a tool, and so did Han Xiao. They used each other's information, and he used his army. It was a mutual benefit. As long as Hessler's army could complete the mission according to his information, he did not care how many people died in Hessler. However, Carl's sudden killing intent was unexpected. It's time to change the plan. Chapter 83. The morning sun had just risen, and it was the same for war. After breaking through the 4th security perimeter, Carl ordered his troops to rest for an hour. When dawn broke, they would continue to advance, preparing to break through the Dark Crow Valley base in one fell swoop. At that moment, they were fighting the enemy at the 3rd security perimeter. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was incessant, and the forest was in a mess due to the bombardment of bullets and cannons. There were shattered shells and shrapnel everywhere, and there was smoke everywhere. Hessler's soldiers cooperated with the armored vehicles to attack the fortifications, watchtowers, and bunkers one after another. The information that Yi Fan had obtained was of great use. The enemy's fortifications were exposed. Hessler's army managed to breach one fortification after another with minimal losses. The casualty ratio was extremely gratifying. The soldiers had never fought such a smooth battle before. Continue to advance and break through the last 2 security perimeters in one fell swoop. Carl was in high spirits. Of course, when the high-spirited troops broke through the 2nd security perimeter, the situation immediately changed from smooth sailing to a bad one. Not long after stepping into the 2nd security perimeter, Hessler's soldiers encountered their first ambush since the start of the battle. 2 armored vehicles and more than a dozen soldiers were blown up into the sky by anti-infantry mines. This was just the appetizer. Hessler's soldiers were in a miserable state now, and the number of casualties kept increasing. It was as if there were ambushes and traps everywhere. Yi Fan's intelligence was useless. Following the wrong instructions, they suffered even more losses. The commanders of the teams panicked. Using the intelligence obtained from the first 4 security perimeters, Hessler's soldiers made a reckless move to lure the enemy in. Then, the ambush was activated. The number of casualties kept increasing. Carl was both shocked and angry. Winner and the rest changed their expressions. It turned out that the intelligence they had obtained was bait. Han Xiao's guess was right. They were partly responsible for the loss of the battle. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "The enemy is too sinister and ruthless. Their intelligence trap used their own people as bait. It was too difficult not to fall into their trap. This is the advantage of the defending side. The Germinal organization can ignore the consequences of losing both sides, but we can't." Carl was too aggressive. He should have listened to Han Xiao's advice and been more conservative. He looked at his teammates who were blaming themselves and sighed. At this moment, Carl's expression was extremely ugly as he watched the frontline soldiers fall one after another. Originally, it should have been a great victory, but now, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, greatly reducing his battle results. Hessler's army suffered heavy losses, and their advance was as slow as a snail's. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man dashed out from the enemy's formation with a long sword in his hand. His whole body was emitting a cold, colorless flame aura. It was like an invisible flame, distorting the surrounding air as he dashed toward one of the Hessler soldiers. The soldiers hurriedly opened fire, only to see the man spin his feet as he ran, throwing out a dazzling saber light that swept in front of him. All the bullets were rolled into pieces by the saber light and fell to the ground with tinkling sounds. Martial artist. While the soldiers were still in shock, the man crashed into the crowd. In the next second, a chaotic burst of blade light erupted in the middle of the small group. The group of soldiers was instantly dismembered into a rain of blood. Their limbs, torsos, and heads fell to the ground. The man stood there bathed in blood like a god of war. Pan Kwong. The expressions of the agents all changed. He was the supervisor of the Dark Crow Valley base and the executive officer of the Germinal organization. He had a lot of valiant battle records on the Darknet and had killed countless strong people. According to the battle records on the Darknet, Pan Kwong was proficient in saber techniques. His martial arts style was derived from Raylan, and he was known as the Saber Soul. His saber light was the last image of his enemies' retinas before they died. The armored vehicles turned their muzzles and started firing at Pan Kwong with large-caliber bullets. Pan Kwong started to move. Relying on his legs, he was unbelievably fast as he dodged around trees. The ordinary soldiers could not lock onto Pan Kwong at all. Most of the time, Pan Kwong was out of their line of sight, and all the bullets missed. Pan Kwong roamed the battlefield like the Grim Reaper, killing one soldier after another. He even split open the outer armor of a few armored vehicles, killing all the soldiers inside. As long as the surrounding environment provided a shielding barrier, superhumans could explode with powerful killing power in such a low-tech battlefield. With the protection of energy, ordinary gunpowder bullets would not be able to do much damage to them. A Grade D superhuman could fight against a small armed force alone and had a high chance of escaping safely after the battle. A Grade C super's individual strength had surpassed a certain standard. They had extremely strong physical resistance, and firearms and small cannonballs would not be able to damage them. They began to have destructive power that could ignore the terrain, and it was common for them to tear down buildings with their bare hands. A Grade C superhuman was considered the basic strength in the universe. It was also known as the basic constitution of the planetary exploration warrior. Every planet had different gravity and climate. A Grade C superhuman could land on most planets. Some races in the universe with harsh living conditions were even born with Grade C superhuman bodies. However, there were very few Grade C superhumans on the Blue Star. The superhumans on this planet were of a lower level. Pan Kwong was a Grade E+ superhuman, only one step away from Grade D superhuman. He could easily deal with a group of Hessler soldiers in the complex jungle environment. A superhuman was strong individually, and their biggest threat was to ambush the commander or infiltrate the enemy. Pan Kwong killed all the soldiers along the way, and he was heading toward Carl. Carl was targeted by Pan Kwong's murderous intent, and his hair stood on end. The soldiers around him did not give him a sense of security. He quickly shouted, "Fire the heat-seeking missile array." An armored vehicle equipped with a missile launcher arrived. It fired several small heat-seeking rockets, all of which were locked onto Pan Kwong. Pan Kwong quickly ran in circles in the jungle. The heat-seeking missiles hit the trees and exploded. Only the last missile passed through the gap between the trees and headed straight for Pan Kwong. Pan Kwong frowned and stopped in his tracks. He shoveled up a piece of soil and held his sword with both hands. The invisible sword aura extended, and he swung his sword at the heat-seeking missile. Pan Kwong's movements were extremely fast, and he hit the side of the missile. The missile was cleverly deflected, and it slammed into a tree 20 meters away, exploding into flames. Pan Kwong was only slightly affected by the shockwave. If Han Xiao was there, he would see that the damage value was less than 20 points. Seeing that even the rockets were ineffective, Carl's heart turned cold. He turned his gaze to the agents. His intentions were obvious. "Go!" Winner shouted, and the agents of Hessler surrounded Pan Kwong. Division 13 looked on coldly from the side. The so-called joint operation had fallen apart, and they would not help anymore. Pan Kwong immediately retreated when he saw the agents attacking. He did not want to be entangled with them. A gunshot sounded. A bullet was fired. A flash of sword light flashed, and the bullet was split in half by Pan Kwong. Pan Kwong was not faster than the bullet. Before the bullet was fired, he had already placed his sword in the trajectory of the bullet, and his reaction was extremely fast. Pan Kwong was expressionless. He turned around and disappeared into the jungle. Pan Kwong had killed more than 100 people and destroyed a few armored vehicles. The morale of Hessler's soldiers was low, and they suffered heavy casualties. The fatigue from breaking through 4 layers of defense was finally showing. Karl saw this, and even though he was unwilling to admit defeat, he had no choice but to slow down his attack. In the base of Dark Crow Valley, Ji Jie was watching the battle on the surveillance screen. The second layer of defense had been broken, and Hessler's soldiers were advancing toward the last line of defense. Even if he caused Hessler's soldiers to fall into the trap and suffer heavy losses, he would not be able to close the gap between the armed forces and the regular army. Nevertheless, everything was still under control. After Pan Kwong returned, Ji Jie had sealed off the passageway between the outer and inner bases. Even if the enemy managed to break through the outer base, they would not be able to find the inner base. Furthermore, Ji Jie had left a big gift for Hessler's soldiers at the outer base. "Deputy Director, when are we leaving?" "Now," Ji Jie said calmly. In front of the third secret passageway, the personnel of the inner base gathered. Lin Yarrow and Lambert were at the back of the group. When no one was paying attention, they pretended to be conversing with each other. Boom! The last bunker was blasted into ruins by a small tank. The remaining armed forces were left with only one choice, and they all retreated into the base. Karl finally heaved a sigh of relief when all the lines of defense were destroyed. The last 2 lines of defense had caused him to lose 70% of his men. The battle report was not going to be good. The enemy is only left with the last base. There is no way to escape. Should we let the troops rest for a while? The adjutant asked. Karl pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered Han Xiao's intelligence report. It mentioned that there was an inner base and a secret passageway. He felt that this was the only chance to increase his military exploits. He could not afford to waste any time. He was worried that the enemy would escape. Therefore, he immediately ordered, "Attack immediately. Tell the soldiers to check the facilities inside, especially the storeroom. There must be a secret passageway that leads to the enemy's secret inner base." After the order was given, the soldiers who had not recovered from the fierce battle forced themselves to enter the base of Dark Crow Valley to wipe out the enemy. The space in the base was small, and the sound of gunfire was endless. The battle lasted for a while. Reporting, "We have found the storeroom, but there is no secret passageway. All the walls are normal. We have tested it with bombs." Chapter 84. Han Xiao, who was in the logistics area, watched the battle unfold from afar. In the past, he was used to high-level wars that could easily destroy planets. This low-level ground battle mode made Han Xiao feel very excited. The smell of guns and smoke brought a strong atmosphere of war. In comparison, the psionic cannons and ion cannons that could silently penetrate everything seemed much more civilized. Han Xiao sat in Big Black's cargo compartment. The 2 guards guarding him stayed close to the vehicle, as if they were afraid that he would run away. Lin Yarrow's voice came through the earpiece. "Brother Xiao, we will retreat with the enemy's core team. I have planted a virus that can cut off their communication at any time." "Good job. By the way, Uncle Lambert found something. The structure of the inner base is very strong. It seems to be explosion-proof." Han Xiao frowned as he connected all the dots. He suddenly realized that the outer base was not only a bait, but also a grave. There were probably a lot of explosives hidden there. As long as the intruders stepped into the base, they would explode and take everyone with them into the sky. The explosion could also cause the outer base to collapse and bury all traces. This way, the inner base would be even more hidden. Everything is really connected. Han Xiao sighed. Even if he reminded Lin Yarrow now, it would be too late. Besides, he did not even have the intention to do so. His plan had finally reached its final stage. Han Xiao stood up and packed his things. He put all the equipment and some of the precious parts of Big Black into a bulging backpack. "Come and help me carry some things. It's a little heavy," he said to the two guards beside the vehicle. The two guards did not suspect anything. They walked up to the vehicle and prepared to help Han Xiao carry his backpack. The moment they bent down, Han Xiao made his move. Two righteous sneak attacks landed on the back of their necks, and the two soldiers were knocked unconscious on the ground without making a sound. Han Xiao closed the door of the cargo compartment, quietly changed into a soldier's uniform, and took off the mask that he had been carrying. He then activated the facial simulator, changed his appearance, and swaggered out with his backpack, sneaking into the logistics team without anyone noticing. 3 minutes ago. The adjutant rushed back and said, "The people from Division 13 are all here, but Han Xiao is missing." Carl was shocked. "Gone." The two soldiers guarding him were knocked out. "I asked the logistics team, but no one saw Han Xiao." Carl still wanted to say something, but a deafening sound suddenly rang out, giving him a big fright. He quickly looked towards the source of the sound. The mountain was shaking. The trembling was like an earthquake, causing everyone's expression to change. The Dark Crow Valley base had self-destructed. The entire base collapsed, and the entrance was completely sealed by the rubble. The hundreds of elite soldiers inside were all buried alive. Carl was shocked and angry. They had fallen into the enemy's trap at the last moment, causing unnecessary casualties. Furthermore, their base had been destroyed, which greatly reduced the value of this victory. As the commander, he could not escape the blame. Carl's face darkened. He thought back to Han Xiao's suggestion. If he had accepted it, perhaps he could have avoided these losses. However, if he had to choose again, with his personality and the situation at that time, Carl felt that he would still make the same choice. He felt irritated and slammed his fist on the command vehicle. The army had suffered heavy losses, and Carl's heart was bleeding. He issued one order after another to calm the soldiers down. When the agents from Division 13 arrived, Carl asked with a solemn face, "Your teammates are missing." "What happened?" "Han Xiao is missing again." The agents from Division 13 looked at each other in shock. "Hey, why did he add the word again?" Qi Baijia's vision turned black. King did this again. Zhong Wei and Li Yalin, on the other hand, were very calm. From the perspective of experienced people, they inexplicably felt a trace of superiority. Wasn't it normal for Han Xiao to act on his own accord? "It's fine as long as you get used to it." He must have gone to cause trouble again. Li Yalin snorted and said to Carl, "If he didn't get the confidential information, you would have destroyed the base and thought that you had eliminated all the enemies. You wouldn't even know that the enemy had escaped." Carl thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. He was shocked. If the Dark Crow Valley base made a comeback in the future, he would be the first to be held accountable. "What other information do you have?" Carl couldn't help but ask. Zhong Wei suppressed his disgust for Carl and said, "2 of our comrades have infiltrated the enemy's evacuation team. Once they confirm the enemy's evacuation route, they will send the information over." Carl's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Inform me immediately if you have any information." He didn't expect Han Xiao to have done so many things. Fortunately, the losses had exceeded his expectations, and he could only atone for his mistakes by increasing the results of the battle. Intercepting the enemy's core troops was their last chance, and his mistake as a commander could be minimized. In an inconspicuous area 10 kilometers away from the Dark Crow Valley base, Pan Kuang, Ji Jie, and more than 200 corps members drove out of the secret passage. They were carrying a large amount of valuable information about the Dark Crow Valley base. "I guess the Hessler people think that they have one." Ji Jie couldn't help but smile. Pan Kuang glanced at him and said, "Don't let your guard down." Ji Jie nodded and ordered the team to speed up. In another 2 hours, they would arrive at a secret hangar. There were a few Black Harriers and a small transport aircraft parked there. In the team, Lin Yaro and Lambert both received Zhong Wei's order through their earphones. They looked at each other and knew that the time had come. Lin Yaro took out a tablet and secretly activated the virus that was buried in the enemy's communication network. Screech! Everyone's earphones rang at the same time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly took them off. Ji Jie was dissatisfied. He wanted to stop the leading car and check the communicator. The next moment, the sound of engines could be heard coming from the surrounding forest. They were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Get down. Pan Kwong's expression changed. He pinned Ji Jie to the ground before he could react. Just as Pan Kwong was about to do this, gunshots rang out. Bullets rained down on the convoy from all directions. Grenades after grenades overturned the vehicles of the German organization, and sparks flew everywhere. Lambert grabbed Lin Yarrow and jumped out of the car. They rolled on the ground and hid in the woods to avoid direct attacks. Ji Jie's expression changed. His plan had been exposed. Who leaked the information? Run. Ji Jie didn't have time to be shocked or depressed. He was dragged into the woods by Pan Kwong. In the woods, Carl was excited. He commanded the soldiers to surround the core of the enemy team. In his opinion, this was the last hope for them to turn the tables. In the distance, Han Xiao, who had changed his appearance, was driving an off-road vehicle alone. He had a thermal imaging device in his hand and was constantly observing the periphery of the battlefield. Soon, he found his target. Pan Kwong and Ji Jie had broken out of the encirclement and escaped. The soldiers and off-road vehicles that were chasing after them were all destroyed by Pan Kwong's powerful combat ability. Han Xiao confirmed the location of the two using the thermal imaging device. He then took a big detour and followed them from a few hundred meters behind. A car is following us. Pan Kwong turned around. Through the gaps in the woods, he vaguely saw the tracks of the off-road vehicle. The sound of its engine could be heard from afar. Pan Kwong wanted to kill the car that was following them. However, every time he got close, Han Xiao would turn around and leave, maintaining a fixed distance. Pan Kwong thought that Han Xiao was a specialized reconnaissance vehicle and was reporting their location through the radio. He didn't dare to stop and dragged Ji Jie along. His stamina was greatly depleted. As long as we reach the hidden hangar, we can escape by helicopter. This was Pan Kwong's only choice. Although he had superpowers, if he was surrounded by an army, he would be exhausted to death. The sense of danger urged him to speed up. He ignored Ji Jie and was almost foaming at the mouth from exhaustion. After more than 20 minutes of chasing, both parties were far away from the battlefield. It's about time. Han Xiao made up his mind. He compared the military map that he had stolen from the logistics team and took a big detour according to the route that they had taken. The off-road vehicle was even faster. He circled around to a small cliff that was more than 10 meters high. He stopped the car, turned off the engine, and put on all his equipment. He put on the modified lightweight mechanical arm on his left hand and pinned the small case of the magnetically controlled extendable armor on his back. He put the Berserk Eagle pistols in the holsters and buried the last 10 explosive bombs within 5 meters of him in a circle to act as simple landmines. A thin wire was connected to all the explosive bombs. He only needed to pull lightly to activate them. Han Xiao took out a sniper rifle that he had plundered from the logistics team. He crouched on the cliff and aimed in the direction that the two enemies were about to appear. He held his breath and focused. Ji Jie was out of breath. He was not a superhuman, so his stamina was limited. If Pan Kwong hadn't pulled him, he would have collapsed. Pan Kwong's face was cold. He shouted, "Don't stop. The enemy can come at any time. We need to get to the hangar quickly." Soon, the two ran out of the forest and saw a mountainous area. Ji Jie's legs gave out, and he finally sat on the ground. He gasped and said, I can't run anymore." Pan Kwong frowned. He was a little impatient, but he couldn't leave Ji Jie behind. This guy's sister was one of the people in charge of the intelligence network. "Why don't you carry me?" That way, Ji Jie opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a sniper rifle rang out. Pan Kwong reacted quickly and quickly retreated. However, the target of the sniper rifle was not him. Ji Jie's head shook violently as if he had been punched. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the left side of his face. The powerful momentum caused the bullet to roll around in his skull and shatter the right side of his face. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Ji Jie's expression froze on his face, and he slowly fell to the ground. He couldn't have been more dead. Beheading 2, completed. Damage, 100%. You received 40,000 EXP. Chapter 85. Pan Kuang was closing in quickly. Han Xiao kept pulling the trigger. Bullets flew out of the muzzle and pierced through the air toward Pan Kuang. However, Pan Kuang seemed to have a beast's instinct for danger. He was always able to change directions before Han Xiao could open fire. He fired a total of 13 shots. 9 of them were dodged, leaving bullet holes on the ground. 4 of the sniper bullets hit, but after breaking through the blade-like barrier, their kinetic energy was depleted and they were deflected by the circulating energy shield. The total damage was only around 80 points. The higher the level of a superhuman, the higher the resistance of their body. Normal firearms would gradually become useless. The power of conventional weapons was a reflection of the level of a civilization. As versions and maps were released, conventional weapons would gradually be upgraded. Naturally, that was not the time for that yet. The distance of a few hundred meters was quickly shortened. Pan Kuang's murderous expression appeared clearly in Han Xiao's vision. Damn it, what a snakeskin move. Han Xiao cursed in his mind. He hurriedly threw away the sniper rifle, pulled the string, and activated all the delay bombs. He then retreated in a cowardly manner. Pan Kuang was faster than him. He stepped onto the rock in a few steps and stepped into the circle of delay bombs. He immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he leaped into the air. His blade spun and condensed under him. It was as if he was stepping on a whirlwind. He felt as if he was going to spiral into the sky at any moment. Boom! 10 delay bombs exploded at the same time. The flames swallowed Pan Kuang whole. Your delayed high-explosive grenade has dealt 34 damage to Pan Kuang. Damage reduction has been calculated. Your delayed high-explosive grenade has dealt 37 damage to Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang has been lightly burned. More than 10 damage notifications appeared on the interface. Han Xiao glanced at them. This round of explosions had taken away more than 400 of Pan Kuang's health points. Based on your level, you have received some information about the enemy. Pan Kuang level, 38 class, Special Agent, LV10, Pugilist, LV10, Storm Swordsman, LV10. Attributes, 65 SDR. End. Int. Mystery. CHA, 8, LUK, 7 health points. Energy points. Energy rank, 687 grade, E+ talent, elementary swordsmanship, increases attack by 10 points when using sword-type weapons. The essence of the wind blade. The blade is an extended limb, listen to the breath of the wind. Skills. Wind guard blade LV6, wind slide LV4. Equipment additional effect, wind breath, smooth to the touch, plus 3% attack speed additional effect. Strong edge, the blade is extremely sharp, dealing 7% additional damage to metals. However, Han Xiao did not rely on data. From Pan Kuang's performance, it was obvious that he was the type with high attack and high agility. His HP was definitely limited. The explosion just now had taken away at least 20% of the enemy's HP. Furthermore, Pan Kuang had been through a fierce battle and had been on the run for an hour. He was not in perfect condition. My chances of winning are higher. Han Xiao looked at the experience points on the interface. It was a whopping 520,000 experience points, all of which he had invested into leveling up. He had risen 4 levels in a row like a rocket. Total level 28. His HP was 985, almost reaching 1000. Originally, he had already practiced the energy refinement technique 48 times, and his energy points were just around 390. He was just one step away from leveling up 4 times in a row, and his energy points immediately increased to 514 points. He had exceeded the 400 points requirement of level 5 and obtained a new attribute bonus. His strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence had all increased by 10%. He invested the rest of his experience points into continuous slide shot, leveling it up to level 2. Whoosh! Pan Kwong rushed out of the flames. His body was charred black, and he looked pathetic. His eyes were like that of a wolf's as he chased after Han Xiao. He let out a low growl, took a step forward, and glided forward like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Pan Kwong. He was going to cut this little bug in half. Pan Kwong was shocked by Han Xiao's sudden burst of speed, and even Pan Kwong was taken aback by the sudden change in speed. He dodged the blade by a hair's breadth and quickly drew the 2 berserk eagles from his waist. With the increased shooting speed, he fired a few steel core bullets at Pan Kwong's chest. Pan Kwong retracted his blade, and the bullets were all shredded into pieces. Only one stray bullet hit his chest, but its power was reduced by his powerful energy. It was stuck in his muscles and could not move an inch. Han Xiao saw that normal bullets were ineffective, so he quickly changed to high-explosive bullets. Pan Kwong took advantage of this short moment to close in on him. "How dare you change your magazine in front of me? Are you tired of living? Changing bullets in front of a martial artist?" His combat experience was too inexperienced. Pan Kwong's face was ferocious. He stabbed the windcutter blade at Han Xiao's throat. He wanted to pierce through it and skewer Han Xiao like a meat skewer. He could see that Han Xiao would not be able to dodge this attack. Ding! The tip of the blade hit Pan Kwong's throat, but it was blocked by a layer of metal that looked like fish scales. Pan Kwong's pupils shrank. When did this armor appear? Han Xiao's throat tightened. Although the magnetically controlled retractable armor could withstand the impact, some of the force would still pass through his body. He raised his pistols and fired continuously. Pan Kwong blocked the bullets as he did before, but the high-explosive bullets exploded upon contact. Flames snaked up his body and burned fiercely. What kind of bullets are these? Pan Kwong was shocked. He tried to shake off the flames, but he failed. He could not shake off the orange flames, and his skin started to burn. He had no choice but to withdraw his energy to protect himself. This drained a lot of his energy. The high-explosive bullets were very sticky and caused continuous burning damage. Pan Kwong's resistance was too high, so his HP decreased very slowly. At least, it was better than normal bullets. At least his HP was continuously burning. The bullets from the 2 berserk eagles poured out in torrents until only the last bullet was left, which was used to reload the clip of slide shot. During this period of time, Pan Kwong's clothes and hair were all burned away. The price Han Xiao had to pay was to use the magnetically controlled retractable armor to withstand Pan Kwong's powerful attacks. The armor's durability was decreasing rapidly. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. He put away the berserk eagle. Because of this, he was hit again, and pulled out the foldable platinum battle sword from his back. With the sword in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left, it was as if he was possessed by a barbaric ancestor. Like a fearless beast, he engaged in the most dangerous close-range combat with Pan Kwong. Blood splattered everywhere. "You hit me, I hit you back." Han Xiao's 3 pieces of equipment, the magnetically controlled retractable armor, the mechanical arm, and the battle sword could all be used as shields. In comparison, Pan Kwong, who could only use his body to block, seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the reality was the complete opposite. Pan Kwong had the upper hand. Usually, he would hit Han Xiao 7 or 8 times before Han Xiao could land a hit on him. Their close-range combat abilities were not on the same level. Pan Kwong was a pugilist, so his close-range combat skills were much stronger than Han Xiao's. Han Xiao's close-range combat ability was as laughable as a tortoise's punch to Pan Kwong. If it were not for his equipment, Han Xiao would not have been able to land a hit on Pan Kwong. "You chose to engage in close-range combat with me. Do you want to die faster?" Pan Kwong did not understand why Han Xiao dared to engage in close-range combat with a pugilist. In his opinion, this kind of behavior was equivalent to using one's own weakness to challenge the enemy's strength. It was arrogant and reckless, no different from courting death. The blade swept past, and a deep wound appeared on Han Xiao's cheek. Blood flowed out profusely. Before the battle, he had taken off his facial simulator to prevent it from being damaged during the battle. Now, he was showing his real face. Pan Kwong had already recognized him. He was the defector who had been rumored to be in the organization some time ago. 0. Pan Kwong did not know why Zero would appear here and attack him, but he was not interested. He only knew that the person in front of him was an enemy. No matter what the reason was, he would just kill him. The force of the slash passed through the armor and shook Han Xiao's body. His HP dropped rapidly, but Han Xiao's eyes were extremely calm. He dared to use his own weakness to challenge the enemy's strength, so he was confident. The previous snipe, the explosion, and the current method of exchanging blows had reduced Pan Kwong's HP by 700 to 800. Pan Kwong had the protection of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, so his HP had only decreased by 300. Let me put it in another way. The magnetically controlled retractable armor had reduced his HP loss by at least 1,500. The magnetically controlled retractable armor was a piece of equipment that Han Xiao should not have at his current level. It had 75 defense points, which was extremely shocking. Even after reaching level 40 or 50, it was still very strong. It was his biggest trump card at the moment. With this armor, he had the ability to kill anyone of the same level. Han Xiao twisted his hands and used grappling capture to lock Pan Kwong's arm that was holding the blade. Pan Kwong's eyes were filled with disdain. His arm was as soft as noodles, and he instantly escaped from the grappling capture. He then slashed Han Xiao again, leaving a deep cut on the lightweight mechanical arm. If it were not for the platinum alloy, the lightweight mechanical arm would have fallen apart. At this moment, Han Xiao noticed a detail. Pan Kwong's movements slowed down for a moment, as if he was trying to conserve his energy. He's starting to get tired. He's exhausted too much energy, and is losing his attribute bonus. His condition is deteriorating. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. His sharp battle sense allowed him to discover the hidden information in Pan Kwong's movements. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He instantly chose to retrieve the item that had been placed in the interface. Character Summon Card Norsa Kono. Character Summon Card has been used. Current usage count 1-1. Usage count 1-1. Card will disappear soon. Pan Kwong suddenly saw a person's shadow appear behind Han Xiao. A pair of strange eyes with colorful mist swirling around them were the most obvious. Pan Kwong felt a sense of familiarity. Who is that? It looks like Norsa. Isn't he dead? What's going on? Pan Kwong was alarmed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. With just a glance, he fell into an illusion and could not move. Chapter 86. Pan Kwong was a level 38 pugilist with high attack and agility. His intelligence could not be higher than 50 points. If he was really lucky, Han Xiao would choose to hit him on the spot. The illusion made Pan Kwong defenseless. All of his attacks were close to real damage. However, his level was high, so he would not be affected for long. Without hesitation, Han Xiao punched Pan Kwong's lower body with his left mechanical arm, aiming for Pan Kwong's vitals. Overload. The power output of the mechanical arm increased by 30%, and the punch hit the bullseye. Violent chicken. Yes, that's right. This move was a divine skill that he had comprehended after observing countless images and data. Once he used it, even the heavens and earth would tremble. There was no time to look at the information. While Pan Kwong was still under control, Han Xiao immediately activated the air pressure oscillator in the palm of his mechanical arm. He shook his palm, and the shock wave penetrated his body. Blood seeped through his skin and dyed his lower body red. His right hand was not idle either. He stabbed Pan Kwong's chest without hesitation. Pan Kwong was affected by the illusion, so he did not use his energy to protect himself. The attack went straight through. Han Xiao immediately pulled out the Berserk Eagle and pressed it against Pan Kwong's chest. He slid forward and pushed Pan Kwong back. He activated the magazine and fired all the bullets into Pan Kwong's body. Blood splattered everywhere, mixing with the flames. The sound of flesh being penetrated could be heard. The magazine was empty. Pan Kwong finally regained consciousness. The pain made his face contort in anger. He stabbed Han Xiao's lower abdomen. He was giving Pan Kuang a taste of his own medicine. He was going to attack little Han Xiao. Han Xiao used his energy to control the magnetically controlled metal to protect his vitals. He blocked the attack, but the impact made his face pale. He felt a chill run down his spine. He endured the pain and extended his mechanical arm. He grabbed Pan Kuang's head and threw him to the ground. The back of Pan Kuang's head came in contact with the ground many times, and a pool of blood gradually formed. He roared in pain and counterattacked. His long sword left after images in its wake, and Han Xiao's health dropped rapidly. 100 wind rend. Pan Kuang roared in agony. His long saber suddenly emitted a dazzling saber light. Han Xiaoshin was alerted. He hurriedly stood up and retreated. At that moment, the wind cutter blade released multiple rays of light that surrounded Pan Kuang like a tornado. Countless deep marks were left on the ground around Pan Kuang. Han Xiao was hit head-on, and the durability of his magnetically controlled retractable armor plummeted. Because the attack range of this skill was too large, the areas that were not protected by the magnetically controlled retractable armor became a bloody mess. A series of 40 damage values popped up. The flash of the blade lasted for 3 seconds before it stopped. Han Xiao retreated 10 meters away, gasping for air. Blood mixed with sweat dripped down his face as he stared at Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang would not be able to use the same attack consecutively, and the cooldown period would not be short. Pan Kuang stood up with the help of his saber. He looked miserable. His lower body was badly mangled, and his chest was filled with bullet holes. The flames were still burning, and the smell of burnt flesh was coming out. The burning and bleeding had caused him to suffer double damage. His body was in a terrible condition. The retractable knife was still in his chest. His face was even worse. His nose was broken, and his bones were visible at the back of his head. He looked like a ghost. And this ghost was staring at Han Xiao. Han Xiao was on high alert. He was ready to add all his AP to END. This was his other trump card. A gust of wind blew up the dust, but it also took away a trace of the murderous aura. Pan Kuang slowly lowered his head and stopped breathing. The last trace of life was burned away by the continuous damage. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. You have killed Pan Kuang, LV38. You have received 21,000 EXP. You have killed a target 10 levels above you. You have received 280% EXP bonus. Total EXP, 58800. Your damage output is 99%. You have received 58,212, 99%. EXP, Beheading 3, completed. Damage output is 99%. You have received 79,200 EXP, 158,500 EXP. That was all that Han Xiao had received from killing Pan Kuang. Killing someone above one's level would result in additional rewards. The minimum requirement for triggering the reward was to be 5 levels above one's level. The additional EXP would be distributed according to the damage output. This was because most of the time, players would form a team to complete the mission. If there was a player in the team who did not meet the requirements, the entire team would not be able to receive the reward. Therefore, the team valued the cooperation of the players' battle tactics and skill. Of course, there were also experts who could solo players above their level. Han Xiao's expression relaxed. He sat down on the ground and let the sun shine on his face. He closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed the peace after the battle. The smoke, flames, and blood around him did not exist. He suddenly thought of something. He quickly jumped up and pulled down his pants to check on little Han Xiao. He heaved a sigh of relief. Good, good, good. He was not damaged. He was still a sleeping dragon. After resting for a while, he began to check on the damage. The durability of his equipment had dropped quite a bit, and the delay explosion had been used up. His own health was slowly recovering, and the damage was still within an acceptable range. Han Xiao walked over to Pan Kuang's corpse, pried open his fingers, and pulled out the wind cutter blade. He flicked the blade with his finger, and it made a crisp sound. The additional effect of this green cold weapon is quite ordinary. However, its attack is twice as strong as the retractable knife. He put away the windcutter blade and walked over to Ji Jie's corpse to search for loot. Suddenly, he found a hard object in the corpse's pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a communication terminal of the Germinal organization. Han Xiao turned his eyes and activated the communication terminal. 10 seconds later, the holographic image of the leader appeared. Ji Jie, have you retreated? The leader was halfway through his sentence when he realized that the communication terminal had changed. It was Han Xiao with a faint smile on his face. The leader's expression changed as he stared at Han Xiao. Why are you here? Zero had used Ji Jie's communication terminal. The situation was clear. The Dark Crow Valley base had been destroyed, and Pan Kuang was most likely dead. The leader was enraged. You dare to contact me on your own accord? Han Xiao smiled and said, Yo, long time no see. What's with the tone of an old friend reuniting? Give me some awareness as an enemy. The leader couldn't catch his breath. After half a second, he asked, Where did you get this confidential information? This was what he had been wondering all along. Han Xiao looked at her as if she was looking at a melon. Why do you think I'll answer you? The leader said angrily, Do you think you can damage the organization's power with this kind of method? How naive. I destroyed 4 of your bases. An ant trying to shake a tree, I can easily crush you to death. I destroyed 4 of your bases. There are countless executives in the organization. You won't be free for long. I destroyed 4 of your bases. Ah. The leader sounded like he was chewing on steel. Every word was filled with murderous intent. Don't think that you can survive just because you joined Star Dragon. When my people find you, I'll pull out every single one of your tendons and bones. Han Xiao chuckled. He pressed his finger on his lips and threw a flirtatious kiss. Then come and find me. If you find me, I'll let you have some fun. The leader flew into a rage and was about to explode from Han Xiao's mocking tone. Just as he was about to say something, Han Xiao suddenly smashed the communication terminal, and the communication screen went black. The leader's words were stuck in his throat. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Pass down my order. Zero's global bounty is increased to 5 million. It was increased by 5 times. Han Xiao stopped smiling. Teasing the leader of the Germinal organization was not something he did on a whim. The Germinal organization would definitely send people to the West capital to find his location. They would not give up until he was dead. It seemed to be disadvantageous to him, but it had no effect on him at all. Because Han Xiao had no intention of going back. Chapter 87. Back then, he had joined Star Dragon to avoid being hunted down by the Germinal organization, to find a temporary shelter, and to obtain advanced knowledge. The face simulator was the escape route that Han Xiao had chosen long ago. Once he created the face simulator, it was almost impossible for the Germinal organization to track him down. Thus, he no longer had to worry about the Germinal organization finding him. This way, he would have the capital to act on his own and would not have to stay in a corner for safety. Provoking the leader would make the Germinal organization focus on Star Dragon and lead them to the wrong direction. It was definitely not because of his bad taste. Definitely not. Even if he wanted to use the Germinal organization's power to attack them, he would not have to put himself under Star Dragon's control. Star Dragon seemed to be very gentle to him, but of course, it was not completely at ease. There was a hidden satellite tracking device in his encrypted phone, which he had discovered long ago. Now, it was finally time to dismantle it. In the last 3 months before the open beta, he had to quickly level up and accumulate more capital. There were countless missions on the planet, and they were all treasures. After working with Division 13 and accumulating capital, there was no need for him to feign civility anymore. The world was huge, and he could go anywhere he wanted. His plan was closely linked. As a chaotic person who changed his mind constantly, in Han Xiao's eyes, the faction favorability of Star Dragon was not worth mentioning compared to the growth of his strength. Furthermore, he knew that once version 2. 0 arrived, not only Star Dragon, but even the Six Nations and the Germinal organization would have to give him some benefits. Although the major forces were in a stable position right now and were scheming against each other, when a planet-level catastrophe swept across the planet, the countries and forces would realize that their demands for their own interests were hollow and meaningless in the face of the survival of the entire civilization. Their position right now was like a bubble under the sun. It was colorful on the surface, but it could burst with a single poke. It was like a flower in a beautiful dream. The first version has not started yet. Version 1.0 will take 7 months in real life, which is equivalent to 3.5 years in-game. Plus, the in-game time span is 1 year, which means that there are still close to 5 years before the second version of the mutation disaster. The mutation disaster is a disaster, and it is best to avoid the most dangerous and chaotic period at the start of version 2.0. Therefore, within 5 years, I have to find out what is useful to me on Blue Star and find a way to temporarily leave this planet. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. A new notification appeared on the interface. Destroy Dark Crow Valley. Completion, 100%. Contribution, 72%. You have received 360,000 EXP. Mission completed. It seemed that Hesla's army had ended the battle. Han Xiao was very satisfied. If he had not killed Pan Kuang and the others, the completion rate would only be around 40 to 50%. His efforts had not been in vain. He had infiltrated the base, gathered intelligence, and planted 2 spies, Lin Yao and Lambert. He had a complete grasp of the enemy's movements, which was why his contribution rate was so high. If he had not put in so much effort, his reward would have been reduced by at least 2/3. Faction Mission, Dark Crow Valley Operation, has been completed. You have completed the following objectives: Reckon I, Reckon 2, Dark Forest Assassin, Direct Confrontation, Decapitation 2, Decapitation 3, Destroy Dark Crow Valley. Calculating Mission. Calculation complete. Performance rating, Excellent. Star Dragon's Homeland Strategic Defense Bureau favorability increased by 1,120 points. Current relationship, Friendly, 1,373,000, Germinal Organization favorability decreased by 500 points. Current relationship, Hatred, -1500-3000, there's actually a random reward. My luck is not bad this time. Han Xiao was slightly happy. Large-scale missions and series of missions would have a mission rating after completion. The probability of triggering a random reward with an excellent rating was only 30%, which was not common. The random reward for a rating was a type of reward. It could be experience points, items, skills, attribute points, potential points, and so on. After determining the type of reward, a few random rewards would be randomly selected. The type of reward you have received this time is Talent. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please select one of the 3 talents below. Fortified Physique, plus 400 health, plus 4% resistance. Quick Eyes and Hands, plus 6 DEX, plus 5% attack speed. Fortified Mind, plus 5 MYS, plus 8% mental resistance. Han Xiao tapped his chin lightly and fell into deep thought. The 3 talents' effects were quite normal. Fortified Physique increased HP, which was suitable for MTS. Most of the time, Han Xiao was mainly a ranged attacker. Furthermore, he had the magnetically controlled retractable armor, so he did not need much HP. Quick Eyes and Hands was not bad. Dexterity affected all aspects of ranged attacks, such as accuracy, critical strike rate, attack speed, and so on. Choosing this talent could increase his damage output by 8 to 10%. Fortified Mind was only needed by mags or psychics. It was not useful for Han Xiao. Han Xiao made his choice. Quick Eyes and Hands. You have received the talent, Quick Eyes and Hands. Han Xiao looked at the interface. He did not use the 12 free attribute points he had gained from leveling up. He had put all of them into intelligence, which was currently the highest attribute he had. Grade A mission, Dust of the Fallen Seeds, had increased the progress by 1.8%. Although it did not seem like much, Han Xiao knew that destroying the Dark Crow Valley base was equivalent to destroying an important bridge for future players to join the Germinal organization. It would greatly reduce the Germinal organization's future expansion. The potential effect would be at least 10 to 15%. When players chose a faction, most of them would choose the nearest faction. However, the Germinal organization leader did not know the importance of the Dark Crow Valley base. He was only upset that such a large base had been destroyed. Han Xiao provided information for other forces to attack the Germinal organization. The indirect progress gained was less than the progress gained by attacking the Germinal organization. This was a matter of contribution rate. However, if the forces wanted to destroy the Germinal organization personally, they would not be able to keep up with the Germinal organization's expansion speed. Therefore, the best choice was to spread information about the Germinal organization. The mission completion requirement was at least 20% progress. Pursuing perfection was not worth the loss. It was better to quit while one was ahead. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. It's time to change the way I provide information. After completing the mission, it was time to get down to business. Han Xiao contacted Lin Yaro. What's the situation now? Brother Xiao, the Hessler army has seized all the resources in the Dark Crow Valley base. They have captured a few hundred Germinal organization members, including Doman. Unfortunately, Pan Kuang and Ji Jie escaped. What's the Hessler army doing? They are cleaning up the battlefield. They will probably retreat to the border tomorrow. Okay, I got it. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Hessler army set up camp to rest and prepare to leave the next day. Lin Yaro and Lambert met up with the rest. The Division 13 members came up to them and praised their contributions. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This was Ma Qingyang. Lin, your teammates did well. This was Di Su. Well done. They are so reliable. This was the idlers who were too lazy to come up with a name. Lin Yaro scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, Brother Xiao was the one who commanded our operations. Thus, the Division 13 members changed the target of their praise. Qi Baijiao touched his chin and decided to praise Han Xiao's contributions in the battle report. However, he suddenly realized that Han Xiao was not back yet. Hey, where is he? Maybe he was delayed by something. The sky gradually darkened, but Han Xiao still did not appear. Why is he not back yet? Li Lin was puzzled. She pushed Lin Yaro and urged him to contact Han Xiao quickly. Lin Yaro said helplessly, I have tried to contact him more than 40 times, but he has not replied. The long night passed. The next morning, when the Hessler army set off, Han Xiao still did not appear. This unusual situation made the Division 13 members think of many possibilities. Did Han Xiao return to the border first? Zhong Wei suddenly thought. Everyone thought about it carefully. Han Xiao's actions had always been capricious. Perhaps he did not think that there was a need to gather. That was not impossible. Everyone followed the army back with worry. The Hessler soldiers looked relaxed. Their formation was sparse, and they were not vigilant at all. In the middle of the army, Karl sat in the command vehicle. He was frowning as he considered a serious problem. He did not perform well in this operation. Instead, he made mistakes in his command and caused unnecessary casualties. This would lower the evaluation of his ability by the higher-ups. If he wanted to increase his military merits, he had to highlight his importance in this operation. If I can share the credit of Division 13, Karl had an idea. Perhaps he could write in the report that Han Xiao allowed his teammates to infiltrate the base to obtain classified information under his command. This way, he could highlight his role as a commander. This idea is feasible. After the mission ended, Division 13 would leave. It was impossible for him to refute this idea. His report would be presented to the higher-ups of Hessler, and no one would know what he had written. Karl's eyes lit up. This contribution might be a good foundation for his plan to become a general. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the vehicle. Karl realized that the army had stopped. Colonel, there are 2 corpses in front. They look like Pan Kuang and Ji Jie. Karl was shocked. He quickly got out of the vehicle and saw two corpses lying side by side on the ground. They were the two leaders of the Dark Crow Valley base. The soldiers were shocked. They still remembered Pan Kwong's valiant performance not long ago. They did not expect him to be killed. Who did it? Who put the corpses here? Carl asked loudly. The soldiers looked at each other, but no one answered. They had just found out. The Division 13 members heard the commotion and were shocked. It could only be Han Xiao. He did it. Why did he put the corpses on the road? This is a military merit. Why did he give it to these Hessler people? Carl was overjoyed. The leader's corpse was another military merit. He waved his hand and asked his men to wrap the corpses up and bring them back. Just as the soldiers moved the corpses away, the sound of a landmine being triggered could be heard. Landmine. The surrounding soldiers turned pale with fright. They quickly lay down in all directions, and the encirclement dispersed. Carl was shocked. He only had time to throw himself to the ground. However, after waiting for a few seconds, there was no explosion. Then, a brave soldier stood up and carefully dug out the landmine under the corpse. He weighed it in his hand and found that it was very light. This is not a live bomb. It's empty. Only then did the soldiers realize that they had been tricked, and they were all a little angry. This is not funny at all. This is too evil. My pants are wet from the shock. The Division 13 members had a weird expression on their faces. They did not know whether to laugh or not. Li Yalin muttered, "This really sounds like something Han Xiao would do." Carl got up. His neat uniform was stained with dirt and grass. He looked very pathetic. His face was pale. He guessed that it was Han Xiao's doing. He felt that it was a prank to embarrass him. He said angrily, "What a lame trick." Bang! The sound of a gunshot could be heard from afar. A bloody hole appeared on Carl's temple. The bullet that had pierced through his body left a trail of blood behind. Carl's eyes were wide open. He did not seem to know what had happened. He was not mentally prepared. His eyes were filled with disbelief and longing for life. His pupils dilated. His body swayed and fell to the ground. Just a moment ago, he was still fantasizing about military merits and a bright future. Even when he died, he could not believe that he would die on the eve of dawn. At this moment, whether it was the dumbfounded expressions of the Division 13 members or the indignant expressions of the Hessler soldiers, they all froze. Their expressions quickly turned into horror. On a cliff far away, Han Xiao raised his head from behind the scope of his sniper rifle with a calm expression on his face. "You have to pay for what you did." Chapter 88. While the troops were camping at night, Han Xiao went to the road ahead of time and chose an ambush spot. He used the corpses of Pan Kwong and Ji Jie as bait. The corpses of the two base leaders would definitely lure Carl out of the car. As long as Carl got out of the car, he would fall into his trap. He hid on a cliff in the distance and used a booby trap to make the soldiers scatter in all directions. This made the formation more sparse, making it easier for him to aim at Celtic. Because of the presence of the two corpses, even if he did not show up, the people of Hessler would be able to guess that he was the culprit. Han Xiao did not panic at all because he did not have any concrete evidence. Everything was just a guess. Even if Hessler protested and condemned him, as long as Division 13 did not admit to it, they would not be able to hold him responsible. It was exactly the same as Carl's plan to accidentally kill them. Perhaps the person who assassinated Carl was a fish that escaped from the Dark Crow Valley. "You like to play dirty, so do I." Han Xiao pulled the bolt and threw out the smoking shell. He picked it up and put it in his pocket without leaving any trace. Carl had threatened his life. When the dust settled, it would be time to settle the score. Brother Xiao used to be a player who would fight if he was unconvinced. If someone wanted to kill him, no matter who the other party was, he would definitely fight back without a second thought. He would change his stance and fight back. Pooey, he would fight back to the death. Through the scope, Han Xiao saw that the Hessler troops were in chaos. The soldiers were shocked and angry at the same time. They got on the car and rushed toward the source of the bullet. Han Xiao folded the sniper rifle and put it in his backpack calmly. He had chosen this location so that it would be easier for him to escape after the assassination. As soon as he turned around and jumped off the cliff, the feeling of weightlessness hit him. He slammed the button on his backpack, and 2 thin metal folding wings unfolded from his backpack. They quickly lifted his falling body and glided in the air toward the forest below the cliff. Cloud swallow gliding wings. The Hessler soldiers came to the cliff and could only watch as the figure of a swallow disappeared from their sight. The people of Division 13 were shocked. They did not expect Han Xiao to be so daring as to kill the commander of Hessler directly. Killing a high-ranking military officer in Hessler's territory was no different from killing a high-ranking military officer of Hessler. What was the meaning of this? There's nothing you don't dare to do. Qi Baijia's heart was in his mouth. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Hessler soldiers returning empty-handed. It's good that they have escaped. At least they did not leave behind any evidence. That way, there will be room for excuses. Wait. If Han Xiao hides and doesn't appear, won't we be the ones to take his place? Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was something Han Xiao would do. How could someone cheat to such an extent? Are you King scapegoat expert? The enraged Hessler soldiers raised their guns and chased the Division 13 members into cars and placed them under house arrest. Hessler was furious when the adjutant reported the news of Karl's death. The biggest suspect was Division 13, so the Hessler agents had no choice but to interrogate them. The people of Division 13 insisted that they did not know anything, and the Hessler agents were furious. Winner felt helpless when faced with this group of stubborn Division 13 members. Everyone knew that Karl was the culprit, but there was no evidence. Not even a bullet shell could be found. They could only interrogate him over and over again in vain. Due to Division 13's identity, they could not use torture to extort a confession. The Hessler agents could only gloss over the condemnation from the higher-ups. This was the dirty trick that Karl had wanted to play. Now, the Hessler agents were feeling helpless. The intelligence chief of Division 13 took a private jet and quickly arrived at the border of Hessler. Since Stardragon's higher-ups were there, Hessler had no choice but to release the Division 13 agents. The intelligence chief led everyone out of the interrogation room and returned to the private jet. After confirming that they were all on the same side, he asked Qi Baijia to report the details. After listening to the report, Qi Baijia said helplessly, "He is too good at causing trouble." Fortunately, he did not leave behind any evidence. Otherwise, the Hessler agents would not let him off so easily. Qi Baijia was embarrassed. He felt that as the staff officer of the team, he had to take responsibility for this. The intelligence chief looked at him and did not say anything. He secretly recalled the reaction of the bureau when they received the news. They believed that Karl's actions were actually ordered by the higher-ups of Hessler. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Hessler had deliberately sent a radical officer to command the operation. They were very dissatisfied with Hessler's insidious actions. However, Hessler had gone for wool and come home shorn. Instead, one of their officers was killed by Han Xiao, and they could only suffer in silence. This guy did a good job. The intelligence chief nodded silently. This time, even the hardliners had nothing to say. Instead, they admired Han Xiao's actions. Since he dared to plot against Stardragon, it would be his loss if he did not kill one of their people. However, admiration was one thing. During the internal meeting not long ago, the department heads unanimously agreed that they should not continue to indulge Han Xiao. They said that they should not let Han Xiao out of their sight again. If an accident happened to a valuable source of intelligence, the losses would outweigh the gains. All along, Han Xiao had been very cooperative, so they had been more tolerant of Han Xiao. However, this joint operation had gone wrong, and it was a wake-up call for them. They were determined to reject all of Han Xiao's future operations. This proposal was unanimously passed, and even the conservatives agreed. The bureau was willing to cooperate with Han Xiao, but before he gave them all the information, they could not let him out of the control of the headquarters. The intelligence chief collected his thoughts and glanced at the team of agents. He then lowered his head and looked at his watch. "Why is Han Xiao not back yet?" he asked. Chi Baijiu shook his head. "I don't know. Brother Xiao contacted me." At this time, Lin Yarrow suddenly pressed on his earpiece and looked excited. However, in the next second, his expression suddenly changed. The intelligence chief had a bad feeling and asked, "What did he say?" Lin Yarrow gulped and stammered. Brother Xiao said, "He went out to lie low for a while." "Lie low for a while? That's understandable." The intelligence chief nodded subconsciously. Suddenly, he realized something and his expression changed. "His not coming back." Zhong Wei was in disbelief. Li Lin's eyes widened. Lambert's pupils constricted. Everyone was shocked. This was the rhythm of going solo. There was nothing that he did not dare to do. 20 minutes later, at the headquarters of Division 13, Jiyu Hui called for an emergency meeting. The chiefs who were not in the headquarters joined the meeting. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Han Xiao ran away. Jiyu Hui said solemnly. Everyone was stunned. Did he betray us? I'm not sure. Before this, he killed a Hessler officer. Perhaps he was afraid of the consequences, so he ran away. However, the probability of this happening is not high, the intelligence chief said. The chiefs felt a headache coming on. This reason was not valid. Did Han Xiao think that Star Dragon could not protect him? Did he underestimate them? What about the GPS device installed in his phone? It was left at a location 24 hours ago. Han Xiao found it and threw it away, the internal affairs chief said. This is a betrayal. He can't have gone far. He could only have gone to the wilderness. We must catch him. We can't confirm if he betrayed us yet. Jiyu Hui waved his hand. The chiefs were silent. They had planned to wait for him to come back and then keep Han Xiao under control. However, Han Xiao's unexpected escape had completely disrupted their plans. Did he plan this from the beginning? Or did he just do it on the spur of the moment? Was this a betrayal, or was there another reason? If an agent went missing, and they couldn't confirm whether it was because of defection or other reasons, the first thing to do was to send someone to track down the other party's tracks and make contact with the target. Through the other party's reaction, they could determine what plan to use. If the target continued to escape or resist, they would be hunted down globally. If the target had a reasonable reason, this would prevent misunderstandings and wrongful killings. The intelligence chief suddenly said, "Latest news, the Germinal organization on the dark web has increased the bounty on Han Xiao by 5 times, to 5 million. Everyone was shocked. On the surface, this was a joint operation between 2 countries. How did the Germinal organization know that Han Xiao was the mastermind? Was there a mole? The increase in the bounty meant that the Germinal organization was more determined to kill him. Furthermore, the Germinal organization had determined that Han Xiao was in the West capital. Could Han Xiao have chosen to leave because of this? However, was he not afraid of being targeted by the Germinal organization in the wilderness and being hunted down by the Germinal organization? In the wilderness, the Germinal organization would not have so many concerns. They could directly bombard the area with missiles. He came to Star Dragon to seek protection. Why did he suddenly have the guts to leave now? The chief's question was the same as everyone else's. Jiyu Hui tapped his fingers on the table and decided on the result of this meeting. We will keep his identity as an agent for the time being and classify him as a missing person. The intelligence department will collect surveillance data, entry and exit records, airport flight records, and train records. We will try to contact Han Xiao and send a search team to find him first. Seconded. 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 On the return flight, the agents of Division 13 frequently glanced at Zhong Wei and the other 3 sitting in the corner. That was the center of the atmosphere. Zhong Wei's hands were crossed over his nose. His face was solemn, and the veins on his forehead were pulsating. Lambert silently wiped his dagger and did not say a word. Li Lin's face was filled with anxiety and resentment. She kept shaking her legs, and her black tights outlined the beautiful outline of her long legs. Lin Yarrow sat in a corner, trembling in fear. He wanted to stay away from the three of them, but he did not dare to do so. This is too much. He just left like that. Does he think of us as his teammates? Lin slammed the table. The sound was so loud that it shocked the other agents who were eavesdropping. Zhong Wei covered half of his face with his hands. His eyes were as lifeless as a salted fish. He said softly, "He modified my armor. No one else knows how to fix it." The eavesdropping agents did not know how to comfort Zhong Wei. This was a sad story. Lin gritted her teeth and said, "He wants me to help him take on business. There are dozens of orders backlogged, and I even gave him the deposit. What am I supposed to do?" The surrounding agents were stunned. Suddenly, they remembered that they had placed orders as well. F***CK. Our deposit. I vouched for him with my reputation. That scammer. Lin's tone was like that of a resentful woman who had been abandoned. She grabbed Lin Yarrow's arm and pinched it to vent her anger. Lin Yarrow sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped away like a rabbit. He rubbed the area where he was pinched and said hurriedly, calm down, calm down." Lambert suddenly asked, "Do you guys know who he is?" The three of them were stunned. They had been on the same team for so long, but they still did not know Han Xiao's true identity. That guy was always so mysterious. He had never revealed any clues about his identity in front of his teammates. Even the higher-ups kept it a secret. For a moment, everyone was depressed. Lin clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles cracked. She said fiercely, "When I find him, I'll definitely beat him up. P.S. Yesterday was wonderful. There was no such thing as a cute girl. I'm fine. Today is the second watch as usual. P.S. Thank you to Blue Poppy for your generous reward. Thank you, bro." Chapter 89. 2 days later, in Hessler, Chenfeng City. This was a coastal city near the border. It had an excellent port and took in a large number of cruise ships every day. It was a prosperous city with many skyscrapers. Hessler was mainly based on its navy. There were many coastal cities, and its navy was the strongest in the 6 nations. The 4 continents of planet Aquamarine were separated by an ocean. As the old saying went, whoever had the rebound would. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong script. Let's do it again. Whoever had the control of the sea would have a huge advantage. There were large amounts of energy resources under the sea, such as oil and natural gas. Exploitation of energy resources was the core of Hessler's economy. Han Xiao remembered that Hessler had a secret military plan called the Fourth Response Plan for Major Crises. It was to build many thousand-meter-wide arc motherships. If a country were to face a catastrophe, such as a nuclear war, they would be able to preserve the fire and move the population to the ark, becoming a floating country on the sea. Although this plan ended up benefiting someone else in the end, this kind of pessimistic spirit of being afraid of being annihilated and having a sense of crisis was worth learning. There was a good saying, "Born in sorrow and suffering, die in peace and happiness." It meant that it was better to die than to struggle blindly. There seemed to be something wrong. Not important. At this time, Han Xiao, who had changed his appearance, was staying at the Farian Group's base in Chenfeng City. With the black gold card he had obtained from Matthew, he was treated as a VIP and temporarily had a place to stay. There were still more than 3 months to the open beta, and he could earn the most money by moving around freely. He had the Farian Group's supply channel and had a lot of savings. He could buy parts and build machines to gain experience. He did not need orders from others and could produce and sell his own products. Old Man Lu's hidden quest would only be triggered after the open beta started. He had already established a good relationship with the old man, so he was not in a hurry. Han Xiao noted down the main points of his development before the open beta. Firstly, he could trigger missions with generous rewards and obtain some rare skills and talents to increase his strength. Second, obtain a stable supply channel and gain experience by building machines while completing missions. Fourth, do a series of destructive actions against the Germinal organization. Fifth, increase the reward limit of his missions in preparation for the open beta. These should be the main points. Han Xiao put down his pen and pondered. He had many large-scale missions in mind, so the first point was not a problem. The supply of goods was also very simple. Since he had the black gold VIP card of the Farian Group, he could purchase their goods. Destroying the germinal organization was to complete the A-level mission. He already had a preliminary idea. In order to maximize his advantage in intelligence, he had to focus on all the forces that were enemies of the germinal organization. As for increasing the quota, Han Xiao's goal was to increase the legend level. The EXP reward quota for issuing missions was divided into the maximum quota for a single mission and the total daily quota. The legend level could increase both at the same time, and the total daily quota would be multiplied. It was the most cost-effective. Brother Xiao's legendary points were now 0, but it did not matter. There would be bread, and so would the geoduck. There were 3 ways to obtain legend points. The first was to complete high-grade and rare missions and obtain high contribution points. Usually, only the main mission of a planet would reward legend points. His own A-rank mission, Seed Slumbers in the Dust, belonged to the main mission of a planet. Every planet, not limited to novice planets, had 1 or more main storyline events. For example, the Blue Star in version 1.0 had 2 main storyline events and 1 hidden storyline. The war between the 6 nations and the germinal organization was one of the main storyline events. The other main storyline would only appear in the early stages of the open beta. As for the hidden storyline, it all depended on luck. This method of obtaining legend points was very time-consuming and difficult. It was impossible to achieve in a short period of time. The second method was very random. It was to do some well-known deeds that were related to the faction. It depended on the specific deeds and varied from person to person. No one had a detailed calculation, and it was not reliable. Han Xiao was interested in the third method, which was also the easiest way to obtain legend points, to be on the top of some ranking lists. Some factions had created a list that was publicly recognized. If one was on the top of the list, they would be able to obtain legend points. However, this was not stable. Once a newcomer took the top spot, the legend points would change hands. This method was the source of legend points for most players. Legend points could increase the number of favorability points of certain factions, give discounts on purchases, and trigger some rare missions. Knock, knock, knock. Han Xiao tapped his fingers on the table, pondered, and scratched his nose. However, before he acted, he had to deal with the burden on his body. Looking at the interface, he had a total of 720,000 EXP. He directly invested it into leveling up, reaching level 30, and his attributes increased again. Apprentice Mechanic had reached the maximum level, and the last level increased his attributes even more. This time was no exception. Leveling up from level 9 to level 10 gave him 90 energy points. Throwing all 6 free attribute points into intelligence, he reached the 100 mark. Traces of clarity appeared in his mind, and he felt that his control of machinery had become easier. Intelligence affected many aspects of a mechanic, such as the speed of creation, the quality of the finished product, and the power bonus of using machinery. For example, a pistol with 20 attack power would have its attack power increased in the hands of a mechanic. Therefore, although other classes could use equipment made by mechanics, the effect would not be as good as the mechanic himself. Apprentice Mechanic, max level. Class advancement requirement, learn 20 blueprints. The random class advancement requirement this time is very simple. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He counted, and he now knew 12 blueprints. He only needed 8 more. He did not want to use useless blueprints casually. He had to make good use of every bit of EXP. After all, the EXP was stored in the interface, so it did not matter if he changed his class advancement later. In the office of the Fabian organization in Morning Wind City, the person in charge, Antonio, had a cigar in his mouth. His fat, bear-like body filled the entire sofa. He blew out a puff of smoke and stared at Han Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him. At this time, Han Xiao was wearing a black trench coat, and the face simulator simulated the appearance of a middle-aged unemployed man. He looked ordinary and inconspicuous. This was the face that he was going to use to form a new identity. Han Xiao took out the list of materials and said slowly, "I want the things on this list." Antonio took a look at the list and said, "It's a total of 100,000. Black Gold card is 20% off, so it's 80,000. I also want a Blood Pact Society certificate that belongs to the Darknet." Antonio squinted his eyes and said, 200,000. The Darknet was the underground world's information hub, and the Darknet was the power behind it. They were neutral, did not fight, and did not fight. They developed quietly and followed the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Many factions were partners of the Darknet, and they provided various services to the underground world's members, including but not limited to the purchase of firearms, delivery of supplies, safe houses, information trafficking, bounty killers, mercenaries, and destruction of corpses. The Blood Pact Society was an assassin employment organization operated by the Darknet. With a certificate, one could become a contract assassin and enjoy the various services mentioned above. To Han Xiao, obtaining a certificate was equivalent to opening a faction. The official name of the Blood Pact Society was a little lame, but it had another famous name: the Assassin Alliance. Of course, if one wanted to, they could also call it the Assassin Fellowship, which would make it seem less cool. If players wanted to join the Darknet, they would have to go through a series of complicated and tedious quests. Time was precious to him. Instead of wasting dozens of days, it was better to use money to get a certificate. 200,000 was a huge sum of money to players, but it was not worth mentioning to him. It feels good to have money. Han Xiao sighed. When he was a player, he had to count with his fingers for a long time just to buy a set of materials. He had never experienced the pleasure of spending money like he did now. Antonio arranged a private workshop for him, and the parts and materials were delivered quickly. Han Xiao repaired the durability of the equipment that he had lost in the battle with Pan Kuang. What was left was the materials to build new machines. Since I'm going alone, I won't have any teammates to support me. I should try to stay away from danger during this period of time. The sniper style is suitable for me for now. I need to develop a stronger sniper rifle and more new bullets. I need some bombs, traps, anti-vehicle weapons, and lastly, close combat machines. For example, I need some small, hidden, and high-damage weapons. Han Xiao thought for a while, summoned the interface, and began to fuse knowledge. He decided to start with the new bullets. Do you want to fuse knowledge, LV3 basic weaponry, LV3 basic materials, LV2 basic mechanics? This fusion will cost 15,000 EXP. Fusion successful. You have developed shuttle-type penetrating bullet. Do you want to fuse knowledge, LV3 basic weaponry, LV3 basic materials, LV1 basic biochemistry? This fusion will cost 15,000 EXP. Fusion successful. You have developed Haim bullet. Do you want to fuse knowledge, LV3 basic weaponry, LV3 basic materials, LV2 basic optics? This fusion will cost 15,000 EXP. Fusion successful. You have developed dazzling bullet. I'm really a Spitfire now. Han Xiao scratched his head. He still had more than 200,000 EXP left. It was not enough for him to master the sniper style. He had to take it one step at a time. Han Xiao thought for a while and decided to upgrade his core skill, snipe, to LV5 to increase his accuracy and range. He had taken the sniper rifle from Hessler's logistics team. The model was called Red Falcon. It was black in color and gray in quality. Its attributes were very average. He immediately started to upgrade it. This time, he focused on power. The Red Falcon's attack power was 92 to 103, its firing rate was 1 shot every 2 seconds, and its range was only 600 meters. However, with machinery affinity and snipe, the range was increased to 750 meters, which was more than enough. Han Xiao still had tens of thousands of EXP left. He did not use it and started to create 3 new types of ammunition. Batches of new bullets were created. The Farian group's lathe equipment was specifically used to create ammunition, which could save more time. This reminded Han Xiao. Should I create some mechanical assistants to help me create the parts? He now had the blueprint of the smart chip and more technologies. As long as he increased his basic programming level, he would be able to create simple assistant ranges. However, he did not have a fixed base, so it was not the time to create robots. Antonio walked into the workshop and put a dark gold coin with a unique shape on the table. He said in a deep voice, "Your proof." Han Xiao was slightly happy. This sentence sounded like Yida. You have unlocked a new faction reputation. Chapter 90. The Victoria Hotel was a 43-story, high-class hotel. It had chain branches in all the major cities of the Six Nations. The owner behind it was the Darknet, and it only accepted members of the Darknet. For ordinary people, they would say that the rooms were full. It was a safe house and also a trading hall for people from all walks of life. Violence was not allowed here, and violators would be hunted down endlessly. After getting the certificate, Han Xiao came to Hotel Victoria. The interior was very elegant, with classic wooden furniture and a bar counter. The color was dark brown and had a glossy luster. A peaceful atmosphere floated in every corner. Han Xiao came to the front desk and showed the gold coin of the Blood Pact Society. A waiter brought Han Xiao to the 23rd floor. The 22nd, 23rd, and 24th floors were the areas of the Blood Pact Society. The 23rd floor was the resting hall and trading hall of the assassins. Here, they accepted employment, received remuneration, and so on. There were also many entertainment facilities, such as bars, cafes, and restaurants. After handing the gold coin to the front desk on the 23rd floor, a white-gloved waiter came to receive Han Xiao. The two of them sat in a semi-private booth. The waiter took a black leather notebook and recorded the information of the new member with a fountain pen. "Please give me a code name." Han Xiao thought about it and decided to come up with a coquettish name. It might be beneficial for his legend rating. Red Empire Apostle Level Observer in Colton Star Cluster number 9527. The waiter did not understand. The list of killers was filled with codenames like Silver Fox, Magic Snake, and Ghost. These unconventional, late-stage Chinibya codenames would definitely make the employer's eyes light up, making people feel excited just by looking at them, but the list was too long. "Can you shorten the length a little?" The waiter coughed. He had only heard of names that were too short, but he had never heard of names that were too long. Han Xiao thought about it and said, "Black." The waiter was speechless. That was too short. One-word codenames were allowed, but the codenames of this color series had already been taken. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple were basically all dead assassins of the previous generation. The organization would not remove their codenames. Han Xiao smacked his lips. No matter where he was, naming was a troublesome matter. He thought about it and said, "Mr. Black then." "Mr. Black. Okay. That's normal." The waiter quickly recorded it down. "You are now a reserve-level killer with a blank resume. You can only be promoted to Scorpion level after completing a mission. The employer will choose from the list of killers. If someone chooses you, we will contact you, or you can accept public commissions and bounties. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. The union doesn't have any rigid requirements for contract killers, but we will take 5% of the bounty as an intermediary fee. If you have any questions in the future, you can call the front desk of Hotel Victoria to ask." Very reasonable. Han Xiao nodded. He joined the Blood Pact Society for two reasons. First, it was for the high bounties accumulated by the Darknet. He knew that each of these bounties could trigger an assassination mission with rich rewards. The second goal was that as long as one was ranked in the top 10 of the Darknet's assassin rankings, one would be able to obtain one regional legendary point. There were only slightly more than 3 months left before the open beta. He wanted to make use of the remaining time to accumulate a large amount of capital. "These are all bounty missions." The attendant took out the tablet, opened the bounty page of the darknet, and handed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao saw the most popular Germinal organization bounty at first glance. The target was him. 0, regardless of life or death. Bounty of 5 million. Coordinates, Star Dragon West Capital. Haha, good luck. If he returned to the West Capital, he would have had his hands tied. Luckily, he had escaped. Han Xiaoxin laughed secretly. He wondered how long it would take for the Germinal organization to realize that they had wasted their efforts. His bounty was the most popular one during this period. The Germinal organization was after his life, but his bounty was not the highest. Some of the accumulated bounties were even higher, with some being in the tens of millions. They were almost impossible to complete. For example, there was a bounty to steal the most confidential information of a certain country. According to the strict security of Division 13's underground mainframe, the success rate of this mission was less than 1 in 1,000, and the death rate was as high as 99%. No one would do it. He glanced at the bounties below and took a fancy to a mission. The bounty target was an entire mercenary group called Rose Militant, which was active in the Somar Desert of the southern continent. The southern continent was where Star Dragon Hessler was located. It was also known as the southern continent. It was vast and had a hot climate. Opposite it were the northern continent, the western continent, and the Andrea continent, which was located in the middle of the three continents. This mission was chosen because it was closer to the southern continent. Han Xiao was about to accept when the waiter suddenly paused. He took out another computer and looked at it. "Mr. Black, there is a request for you." Han Xiao was surprised. The information had only been uploaded to the Hitman list for 5 minutes, and there was already a business. "Your business is so good." Han Xiao sighed. The waiter was also confused. "This is a special case." "What is the request?" "The client wants to talk to you personally." The waiter looked at the computer and said, "He will be here in about 10 minutes. Take a seat first." Han Xiao did not object. After waiting for 10 minutes, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. His hair was white, and he looked prematurely old. However, there was a melancholy expression on his face. He walked into the hall, looked around, and came in front of Han Xiao. "I am Cheng Shanshui," he said in a low voice. Before accepting a mission, one could not reveal the target's real name. They could only ask for basic information. Han Xiao asked, "How much is your reward?" "The enemy's defense force and location?" 12 to 20 bodyguards in Chenfeng City. "The reward is 100,000. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Only 100,000? This price was not enough to hire a hitman." Cheng Shanshui nodded nervously. When other hitmen heard about his reward, they immediately rejected it. He was trying his luck to find a new hitman because he did not have enough money. That was why he found Han Xiao. "I accept." Han Xiao nodded. Cheng Shanshui was overjoyed. He took out a stack of documents from his bag, placed it on the table, and slid it in front of Han Xiao. Yu Yuzhu, location in Chenfeng City. Yu Yuzhu was a mafia figure in Hessler. He always had 12 to 16 bodyguards with him. These bodyguards were all retired scouts. Not long ago, he expanded his influence to Chenfeng City. Cheng Shanshui was a local mafia leader in Chenfeng City. He could not resist Yu Yozhu's invasion, and his influence fell apart. He was alone, so he decided to hire a hitman for revenge. Han Xiao finished reading the documents and signed the contract. A notification popped up on the interface. "You have triggered Level E mission, assassination request, Cheng Shanshui." Han Xiao already knew the mission requirements. He looked directly at the reward. It was not much, only 25,000 experience. "I'm leaving." Han Xiao stood up and turned to leave. Cheng Shanshui hurriedly stopped Han Xiao and asked, "How long will it take you to complete the mission?" Han Xiao paused and turned to look out of the window. It was noon. He said, "You haven't had lunch yet, right?" Cheng Shanshui was stunned. He did not understand what Han Xiao meant. Han Xiao looked back at him and said calmly, "He will be dead by the time you finish eating." Cheng Shanshui's heart skipped a beat. In his impression, when an assassin wanted to assassinate a target, they had to do some preparation, such as gathering information, planning an escape route, and so on. Was this Mr. Black arrogant or strong? The open beta will not be too far away. Just look at the title of this book. P.S. I recommend a good book called The Gaze in the Oasis. Hehe, just kidding, the book is called Oasis Lord. It's about riding and hacking, and it's also on the gaming channel. It's very good. As a village robber in Caradia for 3 years, I'm also reading this book. The author, Old Zhao, once wrote a pirate flag PY novel. Oasis Lord will be published at noon today. You guys can go and support it. Chapter 91. Mr. Cheng, we meet again. Cheng Shanshui, who was anxiously waiting for the result, heard someone greet him. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. It was a hitman who had rejected a mission. His code name was Larson, and he was an official Scorpion-level hitman. Ah, it's you. What's the matter? Larson said calmly, I'm free recently. I can accept your mission. Cheng Shanshui's eyes lit up, then dimmed. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, but my mission has been taken by someone else. Once a contract was established, it could not be changed. This was the rule of the Blood Pact Society. Hearing this, Larson was slightly disappointed. He was from Maple. This time, he came to Hessler to visit a friend and travel. He did not want to do any missions. When Cheng Shanshui came to him, Larson saw that the reward was too little and rejected it. However, after a few days of idling, Larson was itching to do some simple missions. He immediately remembered that he had rejected Cheng Shanshui, so he came to look for him. He did not expect that in just one day, someone else would beat him to it. Although Larson was depressed, he knew that he could not break the rules. He had no choice but to walk away and order a drink. After 2 sips, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was one of his old clients, Yu Zhu. Hello, Larson. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. What's the matter, Mr. Yu? Larson said casually. I have a mission for you. Larson's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. I want you to help me get rid of a person. Who? I've sent the information to you. This was a private mission, so it would not be confidential. Larson took out his tablet and looked at Cheng Shanshui. That was the target of the mission. What do you think? Yu Zhu asked. The sound of a group of people coming down the stairs came from the phone. I'll take it, Larson said calmly. Okay, I'll ask someone to transfer the advance payment to, bang. Suddenly, the sound of someone falling to the ground could be heard from the other end of the line, followed by the faint sound of a gunshot. Larson's body stiffened. He could tell that it was the sound of a sniper rifle, followed by a group of panicked people shouting. Yu Zhu did not speak again, and Larson immediately understood that Yu Zhu had been killed. He only fired 1 shot and killed more than a dozen bodyguards. What a powerful sniper. Larson's expression froze as he figured out the crux of the matter. Most likely, Cheng Shanshui's request was to assassinate Yu Zhu, and both sides were enemies. Cheng Shanshui is waiting for someone. We'll see who the killer is in a while. Larson's eyes flashed. Through the information provided by Cheng Shanshui, Han Xiao found a tall building a few hundred meters away from Yu Zhu's stronghold and aimed from above. Initially, he wanted to snipe Yu Zhu from the window. But when he saw Yu Zhu walking out of the door, it was more convenient for him to take action. Yu Zhu had more than a dozen bodyguards surrounding him, but to Han Xiao, they were nothing. The shuttle-shaped penetrating bullet that he had just created was extremely powerful against non-metallic targets. The bullet pierced through the body of a bodyguard and accurately hit Yu Zhu's heart. It was a fatal shot. Assassinating an ordinary person was too easy for him. There were no unexpected twists and turns, which made him very disappointed. The commotion here would attract the police. Han Xiao had already used the face simulator to change his appearance and slipped away easily. No one would be able to track him down afterwards. It was simply a godly escape tool. When he returned to the 23rd floor of Hotel Victoria, the restless Cheng Shanshui immediately stood up with a nervous expression. It's done. Cheng Shanshui relaxed and looked at his watch subconsciously. From the time Han Xiao left until now, it had only been 45 minutes. Excluding the travel time, the actual killing took less than 10 minutes. Too fast. Pay up. Okay. Cheng Shanshui was in awe. He took out a briefcase with 100,000 yuan and passed it to Han Xiao. Assassination request, Cheng Shanshui, completed. You have received 25,000 EXP. Cheng Shanshui left with light footsteps as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Han Xiao pressed the bell on the table and called the waiter. He was about to continue accepting the bounty from Rose Militant when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around. Is someone looking at me? Beside the bar counter, a man was sizing him up. Han Xiao did not know who this man was, but it was obvious that he was looking at him with a hint of provocation. Han Xiao squinted his eyes. He had no scruples now, and he did not want to be looked at with hostility. Hence, he gathered his momentum and threw a cold stare at the man, conveying a simple message that could be used anywhere in the world. What are you looking at? Larsen's body stiffened. He felt that he was being targeted by a terrifying hostility. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He quickly retracted his gaze, and the sense of danger suddenly disappeared. In just a few seconds, cold sweat appeared on Larsen's forehead. What a dangerous aura. This guy is not to be messed with. Larsen quickly dispelled some of his thoughts. He quickly paid the bill and left. He did not want to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Han Xiao smiled at the waiter. This was the first time the waiter had seen a new member become an official member so quickly. He was shocked and said, "You have officially become a Scorpion-level assassin. You will be able to receive higher treatment. You will be able to receive basic VIP treatment in the Victoria Hotel in other cities." Han Xiao suddenly asked, "What is my ranking on the Darknet assassin list?" The waiter said helplessly, "Only the most powerful assassins can be ranked at the top of the list. Your current ranking is at least in the top 1,000. As he said that, he turned on his PDA and showed the list to Han Xiao. After glancing at it, Han Xiao nodded silently. At this time, the top 10 assassins on the list were around level 40 on average. Their strength was not considered top-notch. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying. Their level was close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The assassin list looked at mission resumes and achievements. For players, they had to complete missions to be ranked on the list. There was also the mercenary list next door. It was the same principle. Blue Star's combat level was not high. During the early days of the open beta, it was difficult for players to meet an expert above level 40. Those level 50 and level 60 experts were the top combat power of Blue Star. They were basically leaders of large forces, hidden secret weapons, reclusive loners, or criminals who committed crimes. Normally, they would not appear in front of the public, or players, forming another circle of experts. Only by completing missions or becoming stronger would one have the chance to meet them. These thoughts flashed past his mind. Han Xiao opened the bounty list and pointed at one of the bounties. He said, "I would like to accept the bounty from Rose Militant." "Okay, the commission is being processed. Please wait a moment." The waiter wrote on the paper and tore off the page. He rolled it up and put it into a special metal cylinder. He went behind the counter and inserted the cylinder into a circular metal pipe. The opening of the pipe fit perfectly with the diameter of the cylinder. With a puff, the cylinder was sucked into the pipe. The cylinder traveled through the pipe at high speed. It passed through many junctions and flashed past other cylinders. Not long after, the cylinder reached a new exit. This was a spacious room, and the layout was similar to a customer service telephone reception room. There were rows of tables, and each table had a few computers. The office staff sat in front of the computers to process documents, and there was a cylindrical tube beside the table. An office worker in black pulled out a slip of paper from the cylinder. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and he quickly entered the contents on the computer. Bounty target, Rose militant, armed organization, requirement, eliminate the target. Initiator, Rothschild family location, Somar Desert initiator date, November 17, 685 bounty amount, $3 million aquamarine difficulty level, difficult mission record, 685. 11:27, alias, Hall, dark, killed, 685. 12:11, alias, Bloodhand, dark, killed, 686. 3:10, alias, Demonic Flower, dark, Freeman, dark, killed, mission update, Rose Militant has 80 to 120 members. There are 4 superhumans. Leader Luo Qing, Esper, Instructor Dorothy, Pugilist, Instructor Ghost Fox, Pugilist, unknown, suspected to be a mechanic. Active area in Somar Desert. Authorizing approved. Mission record updated. 688-4. 1, alias, Mr. Black, Scorpion, result pending record. At the same time, Han Xiao triggered a new mission. You have triggered the C-rank mission, Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant. Mission tip: there are many forces in the Somar Desert, including wanderer settlements and armed mercenary groups. Why would such a desolate area attract so many forces? Maybe it has something to do with the past. Maybe you should explore it. Mission requirement: destroy Rose Militant. Time limit: 15 days. Mission reward: 150,000 EXP. Chapter 92. I need to use your military transport aircraft. Han Xiao spoke to Antonio in the Fabian Company's base. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military transport aircraft for large transactions. Even if you are a Black Gold VIP, you still have to pay the corresponding fees. I know. All right. How many people do you want to transport and when do you leave? Just me. Immediately. Antonio's chubby face trembled. He was speechless for a long time before he finally said, "What a waste." The military transport aircraft would take about a day to reach the destination. The aircraft was equipped with a simple workshop. Han Xiao could also use the machines on the military transport aircraft to gain experience. He did not have to waste time on the journey. Are you sure the fee is 50,000 yuan per trip? Han Xiao took out a stack of cash from his briefcase and threw it on the table. When do you board the plane? In an hour. Fabian Company had rented a long-term takeoff runway at Chenfeng City's airport. A few large dark green transport aircraft were parked at the platform. Han Xiao brought the equipment and materials onto one of the aircraft. Soon, he could feel the structure of the aircraft vibrating. The aircraft began to accelerate and soar into the sky. Once the stratosphere stabilized, he could start to build the machines. The scorching sun shone on the boundless desert. The yellow sand was heated to the point where it was unbearable for the human body. More than 20 people staggered as they trudged through the desert. They were wearing tattered grey robes that had not been washed for a long time. They were emitting a foul smell. Sweat had soaked their clothes and made them stick to their bodies. Their lips were dry and cracked, their eye sockets were sunken, and their faces were full of fatigue. They were swaying as if they were going to fall at any time. The horses they were leading were also thin and sickly. There used to be an oasis country in the Somar Desert. They lived a prosperous and healthy life. After the war broke out, the country was destroyed. The oasis was destroyed by guns and cannons and assimilated with the surrounding desert. This group of people in ragged clothes was once the people of this country. There was a legend in the Old Kingdom. It was said that in the depths of the Somar Desert, there were relics of another civilization from millions of years ago. They preserved a treasure that could control the desert. During the war decades ago, there was an abnormal change in the Somar Desert. The sand was like an ocean current, forming a huge whirlpool that swept across the desert. It swam continuously, as if it was controlled by someone. After 7 days, it automatically disappeared. The evidence and documents disappeared with the destruction of the oasis country. Some of the survivors of the old country firmly believed in this legend and wanted to obtain this legendary treasure. They pinned their hopes of reviving their country on the legend and had been searching for it for many years. Pilgrims, this was the nickname given by the wanderers near the Somar Desert to the remnants of the old country. These 20 or so people were the last pilgrims. The Felonia ruins, the power of magic, it definitely exists. The oldest pilgrim mumbled to himself. In the Somar Desert, a convoy returned to the heavily guarded fortress. Dorothy, is there still no harvest this time? Rose Militant's leader, Luo Qing, asked with a cold expression. This time, the search area is E4, E5, and D4. There is still no trace of Felonia, Dorothy replied in a muffled voice. Dorothy answered in a muffled voice. She was a strong black woman, and a centipede-like scar made her face look horrible. Her arms, which were exposed outside of her tactical vest, were strong and muscular. There were tattoos on them, but they were covered by her skin color. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see them. No one would know the meaning of the tattoos. Rose Militant was an armed mercenary organization. All of them were women. Their base was located in the depths of the Somar Desert, and they searched for Felonia all year round. Rose Militant had 2 instructors. The other instructor, Ghostly Fox, was a slender white woman. She was an expert assassin. During this search, we exchanged fire with Gatton's people. Wenli and Sekai are dead. Almost all of the returning female mercenaries were injured. There were many bullet holes in their bulletproof vests, and the ceramic lining inside was shattered. Luo Qing's eyes turned cold. Be careful in the next search. The Rothschild family, the sponsor of Gatton's group, has been trying to get rid of us. Every armed group in the Somar Desert had their own sponsors. They were stationed in the desert in order to find Felonia. There would be a small battle every 3 days and a big battle every 5 days. The mercenaries who could survive in the desert had at least 10 lives on their hands. They were all ruthless people who lived on the edge of their blades. Han Xiao felt the plane shake, and a strong force pressed him against his seat. After a while, it finally stopped. We have landed. The pilot's voice came from the broadcast. Han Xiao carried his luggage and walked out of the plane. The hot and humid air hit his face. The landing site was a medium-sized warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. Many armed men were patrolling the area. This was the base of Fabian Group in the Somar Desert. Fabian Group was a global arms company, so they had bases in every region to facilitate logistics. After all, the express delivery companies here did not send weapons. Welcome to the Somar Desert. Antonio also walked out of the plane. His fat body stretched his white shirt, and the outline of his body could be seen clearly. It was no different from a topless man. Why did you follow me here? Haha, the person in charge of the Somar Desert was involved in a fight some time ago. That unlucky guy's skull was blown off by a stray bullet. So, I came here to arrange some matters. Coincidentally, I haven't been traveling for a while. Han Xiao nodded and did not hesitate. I need information on the distribution of forces in the Somar Desert and a map of the coordinates. I also need to borrow a desert off-road vehicle. I will get someone to arrange it for you. The Somar Desert was huge. It would take a person 10 days to drive an off-road vehicle across the desert without any rest or deviation. Because of the desert environment, it was difficult to determine one's direction. Thus, only radar could be used as a map. Many armed groups were stationed in the Somar Desert. Han Xiao did not understand why people gathered in this barren land to fight for their lives. To find Felonia. What is that? Han Xiao was curious. He had no impression of this name. It was obviously a hidden mission that no one had triggered in his previous life. Antonio laughed and said, I don't know either. Han Xiao could see that Antonio was evading the question. He raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. He picked up his equipment and got into the vehicle. He was going to investigate the base of Rose Militant. I wish you all the best. Antonio waved his hand lazily. The barbed wire gate opened, and Han Xiao drove the off-road vehicle out. With the help of the radar, Han Xiao arrived at the base of the Rose Militant within a few hours. He observed the base through a telescope. The base of Rose Militant was a small fortress with tight security. It had a concrete outer wall and barbed wire. There was only one entrance and exit. There were sentry towers built inside, and there were always lookouts watching the surroundings. The view was excellent, and there was also a high-powered searchlight that would be turned on at night. Han Xiao concluded that it was impossible to sneak in unless one could escape into the sand. Moreover, Rose Militant was a group of women with big breasts and perky buttocks. His buttocks were perky, but he could not squeeze out his breasts. Even with the face simulator, he could not hide it. The infiltration plan was GG. Han Xiao looked at the numerous howitzers and dozens of heavy machine guns on the sentry tower. He also looked at the sturdy concrete outer wall. Well, the direct attack plan was also GG. I can only lure the snake out of its hole. I have to use traps and create something new. Han Xiao retreated quietly. He returned to Fabian's base and borrowed Antonio's workshop. He still had 7 potential points. He raised Basic Electromagnetic Theory to level 4 and Basic Wide Area Sensing to level 3. He spent a total of 4 potential points. Chapter 93. Fusion Successful. You have developed electromagnetic scanning tactical goggles. Oh! Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This was not what he wanted, but it was useful for snipers. It was more accurate than thermal imaging and could scan the interior of a building through walls. If it was used on a scope, it would be very accurate to shoot through walls. One more time. This time, you have used 30,000 experience. Fusion Successful. You have developed electromagnetic pulse jammer. This is it. Han Xiao nodded. There were many blueprints for this combination, and the electromagnetic pulse jammer was a very common blueprint. The probability of it being dropped was very high. Other than the electromagnetic pulse jammer, there were several blueprints that could meet his requirements. He had originally prepared the experience for the third fusion, but this saved him a lot of experience. Electromagnetic pulse jammer. This thing was famous. It was MMP, no, EMP. There was no shortage of vehicles in the desert. As a sniper, distance was the key. An anti-vehicle jammer was indispensable. Right, he still lacked some high-power bombs, mines, and traps. Touching his chin, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. This time, I don't seem to need fusion. I can try to create it myself. In the past, the players had limited use of the self-creation function. However, he could truly understand the knowledge and combine it with the principles of other blueprints to create new blueprints. He could use his own knowledge to supplement the various details of the concept. Through the self-creation function, he could skip the long research and development process. Perhaps he could even research some powerful blueprints in advance. The core principle of high-explosive ammunition was a very flammable gas. If this gas was compressed into a larger container, the power would also increase. It would not be inferior to a fragmentation mine. Since he wanted to make explosive mines, he needed to add gunpowder and bullets. Thus, he had to consider the ignition method of the sealed high-explosive gas. Han Xiao thought about it and decided to divide the interior of the bomb. The high-explosive gas and inert gas would be neutralized and sealed in one layer. He would leave a mechanism that would be arranged as a delay trigger. When the time was up, it would automatically open. When the gas leaked into the gunpowder, it would directly ignite and explode. However, since he was going to create it himself, Han Xiao felt that he might as well add in the power of the finished product and add the principle of the Haim bomb. Let's do it. Han Xiao quickly perfected his thought process and began to manufacture it. Self-created machines had to be completed first before the success of the self-created machines could be determined. Since the players had to set up the concept route, put in the materials and parts, choose the tools, and then start the loading bar, the success rate was completely dependent on luck. On the other hand, Han Xiao was personally involved in all aspects of the manufacturing process and could make minor adjustments at any stage. The success rate was on a completely different level. Soon, A metal disc-shaped mine with a diameter of about 30 centimeters was created. He opened the interface and activated the self-created judgment. Determining blueprint creation, judgment failed. It actually failed. Han Xiao frowned slightly. Failure of judgment must be due to the machine not being able to achieve the desired effect, or there was an obvious flaw. He found a place to test the power of the first product and found that there was a problem with the ignition of the high flammable gas, gunpowder shrapnel, and poison gas. It exploded, but the power was not as expected, so he had to modify it again. It was very difficult to control the gas. Even the slightest mistake had to be redone, and the machinery had to be perfected again and again. The testing ground of the Fabian organization's stronghold, which was used to test the power of the weapons, was charred black and filled with poisonous gas. Even he had no choice but to retreat, or else his health would continue to drop. Finally, after the 13th failure, a heavenly notification sound came from the interface. Judgment successful. You have created your own blueprint. The blueprint of a new type of bomb appeared in his mind, and the interface automatically recorded all the principles behind it. Han Xiao looked at the effect and muttered, "Then let's call it the high flammable poison time delay bomb. It's too boring. Let's call it the poison deflagration bomb." Naming successful. You have received the blueprint, poison deflagration bomb. Once the blueprint was recognized by the interface, it became a skill. The level of the blueprint could be increased through experience, and the parameters could be clearly understood. With the reference of the template, the production speed would be much faster. Just as I thought, the function of the self-created blueprint is suitable for my situation. There is a huge potential to be discovered. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The next step is to create a sufficient number of bombs. It was night time. Han Xiao drove to an empty area, where he set off a row of fireworks and set them off with a delay. After that, he went to the route that Rose Militant had to take to reach this area. He set up traps, planted jammers, and planted poison deflagration bombs. How could he be sure that this was the only route? Have you ever heard of the shortest line between 2 points? Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that the enemy would take a detour. Even if that happened, he would not lose anything. At most, he would not be able to ambush them. The EMP jammer was a cylindrical device with a base. Han Xiao had created a portable model. It was about 1 meter tall and had a radiation radius of 300 meters. It emitted high-frequency electromagnetic signals that interfered with precision instruments and electronic components. Its targets included communication devices, electronic control devices, and detection radars. It was very effective against vehicles. It could affect the electronic control system of the vehicle, such as sensors and controllers, and cause the vehicle to malfunction. Although Han Xiao did not think that Rose Militant's vehicle was anti-MP, he adjusted the jammer's power to a very high level for safety reasons. This way, if the vehicle was not covered with anti-MP metal, it would be hit by the jammer even if there was a small gap. The price was that the jammer's energy consumption was very high. A high-energy battery that cost $2,000 would be depleted in 10 seconds. However, it did not matter much. The jammer did not need to continuously release EMP. As long as the first wave of attack was completed, the effect would be the same. After setting up the trap, he parked the off-road vehicle behind a sand dune, about 400 meters away from the trap. Then, he quietly crouched on the ground and aimed with the red falcon like a patient hunter. The temperature of the desert at night dropped drastically. The cold wind blew the sand and dust. Han Xiao wrapped himself in a high-collared windbreaker and thick leather gloves to prevent the cold from affecting his accuracy. Boom! Dozens of fireworks shot into the sky from the preset area. They were extremely eye-catching in the night sky. Even from a dozen kilometers away, they could be seen clearly. Something's happening. In the base of Rose Militant, the lookout saw the fireworks and quickly reported it to Luo Qing. Luo Qing quickly ordered, "Dorothy, bring some men to check it out. Be careful of the other armed groups. If they are attacked, send out a distress signal immediately." Dorothy nodded and selected 20 mercenaries. They quickly put on their tactical suits and filled their pockets with various magazines and grenades. Then, they boarded 4 off-road vehicles and left. In the base of Couton mercenary organization, Couton also saw the fireworks. He coldly said, "Send someone to check it out. There might be a fight. Bring everyone." Armed off-road vehicles drove out of Couton's base one after another. The same scene was happening in the other bases of the other forces that could see the fireworks. The off-road vehicles of Rose Militant sped forward. The tires kicked up sand and left a long trail behind them. "Instructor Dorothy, do you think that this is a sign that Felonia is about to appear?" a female mercenary asked. Dorothy looked ferocious. When she pursed her lips, she looked like a black tiger that was about to devour its prey. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She coldly snorted and said, "Humph, if Felonia was so easy to find, we wouldn't have wasted 2 years here. This time, I think someone is messing with us. Everyone, be on high alert. Maybe it's another trap set by Couton." Vroom. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange electric current sounded in the air. Dorothy's superhuman senses detected a special wave spreading from not far away. At the same time, the dashboards of the vehicles crackled with sparks. The 4 off-road vehicles suddenly lost control and crashed into each other like drunkards. No matter how hard the drivers stepped on the accelerator, they could not move. Enemy attack. Dorothy was shocked. She looked around cautiously. What had paralyzed their vehicles? Could it be an EMP? The mercenaries hurriedly looked around. All they could see was the yellow sand under the night sky. There was nothing unusual. The desert was vast and empty. The starry river could be seen in the night sky. A bleak night breeze blew past. The group of Rose Militant mercenaries felt goosebumps on their arms. It was as if a huge hand was choking them. The pressure was suffocating. Bam! One of the Rose Militant mercenaries was sent flying by the huge force. She landed on the yellow sand with a loud thud and no longer made a sound. There was a bloody hole in her chest. "There's a sniper. Hide behind the car." Dorothy was shocked and angry. She hurriedly asked her teammates to hide behind the car. She then took out a distress flare and shot it into the sky. The white light illuminated the night sky. The mercenaries of Rose Militant were slightly relieved. The base was very close. As long as they could hold on for 15 minutes, reinforcements would arrive. Han Xiao, who was lying on the sand dune, looked up at the distress flare. He clicked his tongue and said, "So this is a cloud-piercing arrow that can summon thousands of soldiers. The picture is the picture of clothes." He changed to a high-explosive cartridge and shot at the location where the burning poison grenades were buried. The bullet landed and ignited a flame, burning the burning poison grenades that were buried under the sand. Boom! With a loud bang, a sea of fire surged up. The other mines that Han Xiao had buried triggered a chain reaction. They exploded one after another. The flames engulfed 4 vehicles and mixed with a thick poisonous gas. The interface was filled with the continuous damage of poison and burning. The Haim bullet was a type of poisonous gas bullet. It was also known as the Haim bullet of justice. Its principle was applied to the burning poison grenades, which made its power more versatile. Coughing sounds could be heard continuously. Dorothy felt disgusted and frustrated. Her ordinary teammates were even worse. They felt dizzy and vomited. If they continued to stay where they were, they would either be burned to death or poisoned to death. Chapter 94. The mercenaries of Rose Militant staggered toward the direction where the bullets came from. They were all corroded by the poisonous gas and were poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physique of a pugilist, managed to hold on and lead the way. Han Xiao did not panic. He switched to the shuttle-shaped bullets and fired one shot after another. The gunshots seemed to have a steady rhythm as he killed the mercenaries of Rose Militant one by one. The bulletproof vests could not withstand the penetrative power of the shuttle-shaped bullets. With his various skills, he could deal more than 130 points of theoretical damage with each shot. These ordinary mercenaries were around level 5 to level 8 and had around 150 HP. One shot was enough to kill them. Coupled with the bleeding, burning, and poisonous gas, there was no need for him to fire a second shot. His killing efficiency was extremely high. He purposely left Dorothy for last so that he could eliminate Dorothy's helpers first and deal with the strongest one alone. After killing the last ordinary mercenary, Dorothy finally reached him. She raised the modified submachine gun in her hand and fired wildly at him. Han Xiao ducked his head, and all the bullets landed on the sand dune, splashing sand everywhere. Dorothy ran and fired at the same time. When she ran out of bullets, she finally reached Han Xiao. A cruel expression appeared on her face. When a pugilist closed in on a sniper, only death awaited him. Dorothy could not wait to smash Han Xiao's skull into pieces, just like she had done dozens of times to others. Tiger hunting axe. Dorothy swung her elbow horizontally like a huge axe. With a whoosh, she rushed toward Han Xiao's head. She felt that this elbow could definitely smash Han Xiao's brains out. The fierce elbow missed, and Han Xiao suddenly slid back 3 meters like a loach. Slide shooting. Han Xiao pulled out the 2 berserk eagles from behind his waist. With the support of overload and continuous shooting, 7 to 8 shuttle-shaped bullets were shot into Dorothy's body in an instant. Dorothy screamed in pain, but her eyes were filled with arrogance. She pulled out a shotgun from her back and shot a shower of bullets at Han Xiao. The shotgun can do the most damage at this distance. No matter who you are, you're dead meat. The thought flashed through Dorothy's mind, but in the next moment, she was shocked by the scene before her eyes. The scale-like armor instantly covered Han Xiao's upper body. Sparks burst out when the shrapnel hit the armor. With his current technology, he could already make a magnetic-controlled armor that covered half of his body, and the surface area was even larger. Are you stupid? I have armor. In the next moment, Han Xiao shot all the bullets in the clip into Dorothy's body. Only Pan Kuang, a martial artist, could barely withstand bullets with his body. Dorothy was far from being able to withstand the power of the large-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out of her mouth as she fell to the ground. She stared at Han Xiao with bloodshot eyes. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Bang! Han Xiao directly shattered this black girl's head with a single shot. It was common knowledge that snipers were weak in close combat. Pan Kuang used to think so too, but he died. You have killed Dorothy, LV-25. You have received 7,500 EXP. In the early stages of the game, snipers had long-range suppressive abilities. It was very convenient for them to kill monsters. However, only the big guilds would nurture them because the cost of a sniper was too high. Even the worst sniper rifle cost tens of thousands of EXP. Every bullet was expensive. Furthermore, normal snipers did not have Han Xiao's magnetic-controlled retractable armor. Once they were in close combat, they would be beaten to a pulp. Han Xiao flipped Dorothy's body and found that the gun Dorothy used had traces of modification. From the way it was used, Rose Militant should have a skilled mechanic. After killing this group of enemies, he received more than 10,000 EXP. The flames of the poison deflagration incendiary bullets did not stop for a long time. It would not take long before enemies were attracted. He retracted the EMP jammer. He returned to the car and drove away. Not long after he left, a group of Gatun mercenaries arrived at the scene. They were shocked when they saw the scene. They are from Rose Militant. Who ambushed them? Just as the Gatun mercenaries were about to get out of the car to check, Luo Qing arrived at the scene with a small armed team. She saw the tragic deaths of her comrades and the Gatun mercenaries at the scene. Open fire. Both parties had been in conflict for a long time. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. It was impossible to explain. They had to fight first. Luo Qing did not hesitate. She ordered the attack, and the Gatun mercenaries retaliated immediately. An intense battle broke out, and gunshots and explosions resounded in the night sky. Very soon, the other forces were attracted to the scene. When they saw the intense battle between Rose Militant and the Gatun mercenaries, they wanted to be the Oriole and immediately joined in. The scene turned into a chaotic battle. After fighting for a while, a few armed groups that were further away arrived at the scene. Before they knew what was going on, they saw that everyone was fighting. If they did not join in the fun, they would be no different from idlers. They happily joined in and joined in. After fighting for half the night, all the groups had suffered losses. They retreated and licked their wounds. The last few forces that arrived had even forgotten why they were fighting and left immediately. Rose Militant brought back 20 corpses. Most of the corpses only had one fatal wound from a sniper bullet. Looks like the one who ambushed Dorothy was not a Gatun. It was a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo Qing's face was gloomy. She was secretly thinking about who could have ambushed them. Rose Militant's enemies were all in the Somar Desert. If there was a battle, it should be a head-on confrontation. This kind of ambush reminded her of 2 years ago, when the Rothschild family had just issued a bounty for them. Many assassins had come alone to deal with Rose Militant. Another assassin who accepted the bounty. Luo Qing frowned. Rose Militant had not been harassed by an assassin for more than a year. After more than a year, would there be another idiot who had forgotten the lesson of the past? Dorothy's death was tragic. She seemed to have been shot at close range. This meant that the sniper this time had a certain level of close-range combat ability. A petite woman wearing an oil-stained coat walked over. She said softly, "I found the tracks where the assassin left. He went southeast. There are 3 forces in that direction. The nearest one is the Farian group's stronghold. Thank you for your hard work, Su Li." Su Li was a mechanic in Rose Militant. She was in charge of the maintenance and modification of guns, vehicles, and defense facilities. I found fragments of a landmine explosion at the scene. This was a premeditated trap. The shell of the landmine was made by the Farian group. The assassin might have landed in the Farian group's stronghold. I tried to reconstruct the structure of the landmine. It seems to be a new type of bomb that has never been seen before. The explosion should be related to gas. Luo Qing squinted her eyes. The assassin this time was not easy to deal with, but she was not worried. She dialed an encrypted number to contact the sponsor. "Mr. Sebastian, an assassin is hunting us. We have lost a 20-man team." An old and hoarse voice came from the phone. "I will send someone to deal with it." Every time an assassin appeared, the sponsor would send professionals to deal with the assassin. This was the reason why Rose Militant buried so many assassins in the Somar Desert. Professionals who dealt with assassins were still assassins. P.S. Thank you very much for the bounty. Thank you, brother. Chapter 95. A helicopter landed on the helipad of Rose Militant's stronghold. 3 men walked out of the helicopter. Their faces were cold, and they gave off an aura that kept people away. It was as if they were made from the same mold. E3, E5, and E9 were all assassins trained in the same training camp. What's the situation? E3 was the captain, so he went straight to the point. Luo Qing explained the situation to him. E3 squinted his eyes and said, "The enemy is a sniper assassin. The ambush this time was a test. From the way he lured you, he must have gotten hold of detailed information about you. According to your information, he is heading to the stronghold of the Farian group. However, the Farian group is not to be trifled with. We cannot assassinate him there." Luo Qing asked, "What do you plan to do?" "The target of the assassin is you, so he wants to use you as bait. We will send people out as usual. He will definitely make a move. The 3 of us will ambush him and kill him." Luo Qing immediately ordered, "Ghost Fox, you will lead the team out for the next few days." Ghost Fox nodded. In the stronghold of the Farian group. In the room, Han Xiao rubbed the stubble on his chin with his fingers. A cloud of doubt lingered in his heart. The people of Rose Militant seemed to be too weak. Dorothy and the rest's performance made him feel strange. If Rose Militant was only at this level, there was no reason that the bounty had not been completed yet. Han Technician's habit of being suspicious was triggered again. He felt that he had missed out on some crucial information, so he went to ask Antonio. After knocking on Antonio's office door, Han Xiao peeked through the gap. Antonio was sitting behind his desk, going through some documents. Why are you looking for me? Antonio asked with a smile. Han Xiao sat opposite him and said, I want to know more about the forces in the Somar Desert. Didn't I already give you the information? You already know their armed forces and the area of influence. I want to know about the things that are not written in the information. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. You know, the things behind the scenes. Antonov lit up a cigar and laughed. Looks like you've realized it. These armed groups are all tools. They all have money behind them to help them search for Felonia. If we can't eliminate the leader once and for all, there will be an endless supply of soldiers. For example, Gatton is backed by the Rothschild family, who is also the one who issued your bounty. Don't be surprised. Rose Militant's bounty is public. Han Xiao was not surprised. He muttered to himself. If this was the case, then to complete the mission, he had to eliminate all the members of the Rose Militant. He could not allow anyone to escape. Most importantly, he had to kill the leader, Luo Qing. Antonio took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, the Rose Militant is backed by a political consortium in Ordina. They sponsor parties to manipulate politics and secretly operate mercenary training camps and assassin training camps. Their headquarters are in the Western continent. They don't have much influence in the Southern continent, but they are not something a small organization can compare to. Han Xiao was enlightened. No wonder so many assassins from the Darknet had returned empty-handed. It must be because the Rose Militant had sent reinforcements. What exactly is Felonia? How did it attract the attention of so many organizations? Han Xiao had a feeling that this had something to do with his special reward. Since there was an unknown number of reinforcements, the next step could not be reckless. He had two plans. One was to wait for Rose Militant to take action. Two was to lure the enemy out of the stronghold. Both methods required Rose Militant to leave the stronghold. Rose Militant's reinforcements would have thought of this as well. There was a high possibility that they would let Rose Militant take the initiative to lure him out and then ambush him. What should I do? Maybe I can do the opposite. Han Xiao thought to himself. If he set up a trap at a certain location and then pretended to fall into the ambush and escape, he might be able to successfully reverse the ambush. I'll have to prepare more weapons this way. Ghostly Fox led her team out for the third time. They wandered aimlessly in the desert. She was getting impatient and asked through the communicator, why hasn't the assassin appeared yet? Is he afraid? Assassins are all very cautious. Since the last sneak attack was successful, he will wait for a while to observe your performance, Yi-san said calmly through the communicator. It was another night. Recently, Han Xiao had realized that he was always up to something at night. He put the newly created items into the car and drove away from the stronghold to set up the traps. The off-road vehicle drove out of the Fabian organization's stronghold. The headlights of the car disappeared into the night. At the same time, it appeared in the lens of a telescope. On a sand dune a kilometer away, Iju was wearing a yellow camouflage cloth. He watched the off-road vehicle with a pair of binoculars. A cold smile appeared on his face. The target left the stronghold in the middle of the night and is heading north. I think he is setting up a trap. He might have noticed our presence and is trying to use reverse psychology to lure us into his trap. Since they knew that Han Xiao was in the Fabian organization's territory, how could they not send someone to monitor his movements? This enemy is too inexperienced. Iju was calm. He felt that this mission would be very simple. Everything was under control. At dawn, Han Xiao returned to the stronghold and looked for Antonio. You want me to help you drive? Antonov was surprised. Yes, I need to shoot, but I don't have hands to drive. So, I'm relying on you. Wait a minute. What does your mission have to do with me? Why do you want me to help you? Antonio was puzzled. It's not easy for us to go on a trip. How can we stay at home? Let's go sightseeing and enjoy the scenery. Antonio pointed at the endless desert outside the barbed wire fence. Sightseeing. Don't worry about these superficial things. Maybe you can see a mirage somewhere. There will be mountains and rivers. Although the desert is vast, it will work if you are sincere. I don't think we are close. Antonio's mouth twitched. I'll give you a chance to be friends with me. Han Xiao chuckled. Has anyone ever told you that you are thick-skinned? Han Xiao touched his mask. How can 2 layers not be thick? Although Antonio looked fat, he had a fierce fighting strength. Choosing him as the driver was purely because Antonio would not die so easily. If he chose an ordinary person as the driver and accidentally got shot by a stray bullet, he would die from blood loss. Antonio thought for a while and said, if you let me participate in the mission, according to the rules, I have to get a share of the money. I'll give you 5%. What do you think? Not good. That's too little. Antonio shook his head. Stop fooling around. You're just driving. Giving you 5% is good enough. If we encounter an enemy, the first one to be hit is the driver. At least give me 20%. Han Xiao stared at him. Why don't you rob someone? Aren't I robbing someone now? Antonio's small eyes flashed with shrewdness. After arguing for a long time, Han Xiao finally got Antonio to agree to help by paying him 200,000 yuan. Immediate payment was more reliable than an unlimited amount of money. The nature of the mission also changed from a partnership to an employment contract. Hiring a driver at such a price and only using it once was simply too extravagant. Antonio's fat body squeezed into the driver's seat with great difficulty. Han Xiao sat in the back and handed over the coordinate radar and explained the plan in detail. After listening to the plan, Antonio grinned. Interesting. Later, in the morning, the sun was scorching, and the desert air was distorted by the high temperature. Ghostly Fox's team only sat in 2 cars. They were wandering in the desert, observing their surroundings. A car is coming. A mercenary shouted. In the distance, an armored off-road vehicle appeared on the sand dune and moved parallel to Ghostly Fox's team. It was Han Xiao and Antonio. The enemy is coming. Ghostly Fox's face lit up. Chapter 96. Han Xiao extended the barrel of his sniper rifle out of the window and fired a high-explosive bullet. It accurately hit one of Rose Militant's off-road vehicles. The vehicle was engulfed in flames. However, the desert off-road vehicles were specially designed to withstand high temperatures. The high-explosive bullet's lethality was limited. Han Xiao observed the situation and decisively switched to shuttle-type bullets. He fired at the bulletproof glass of Rose Militant's vehicle, causing snowflake-like cracks to appear. Surround them. The Ghostly Fox squad immediately turned around, and 2 vehicles surrounded them. Where will the ambush be? Since he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, Han Xiao was naturally on high alert. Suddenly, he controlled the magnetic armor to cover his face and blocked a sniper bullet that was aimed at his forehead. He looked up and saw a new enemy SUV appear from the side. There was an unfamiliar enemy holding a sniper rifle in the back seat. To be able to fire such a precise shot on a high-speed vehicle, there was a 30% chance that the enemy was also a mechanic, 60% that the enemy was a sniper, and the last 10% chance that the enemy was just a lucky shot. The previous shot was fired by Code 3. Seeing that it did not work, he was slightly shocked. He said in a low voice, "The target has a special defense. I'm not sure if it's a superpower or a machine." Han Xiao guessed that there was more to the ambush. He patted the back of the front seat and said, "Let's go quickly. Don't slow down. Go to the designated location." Antonio skillfully switched gears and stepped on the accelerator. The car drifted and fled in another direction. Suddenly, another off-road vehicle appeared in their direction. It seemed to have been waiting for a long time. This time, it was Code 5. He was holding a rocket launcher and fired at them. The rocket rapidly approached them with a trail of flames. Antonio's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned the steering wheel, and the car swerved 90 degrees. The rocket grazed the back of the car and hit the desert. The deafening sound of the explosion filled the air with yellow sand. The shockwave hit the rear of the car. The rear of the car lifted 30 degrees and fell heavily. Han Xiao, who was in the back seat, was jolted. His butt hurt. "TSK, we dodged it." Code 5 was surprised by the driver's quick reaction. He did not stop what he was doing and quickly reloaded. The 4 off-road vehicles occupied 3 directions, forming an encirclement. Antonio could only run in the last direction, but it happened to be the direction where Han Xiao had set up the trap. He has nowhere to run. Number 3 narrowed his eyes. Number 9 is waiting for him in front with the Thorns. Thorns was an armored vehicle modified by Su Li. It had powerful firepower, ample horsepower, and thick armor. It had both the attack and defense of a tank and the speed of an off-road vehicle. Last night, E9 had been monitoring Han Xiao's whereabouts. The 3 killers had set up an ambush with E9 as the final insurance. He had steered Thorns in the direction where Han Xiao had set up the ambush. He had even confirmed the approximate location of the ambush, so there was no way he would fall for it. He had deliberately waited in the direction where Han Xiao was heading, so that when Han Xiao had hope, he would be plunged into despair. "He's already dead," Yi said quietly. The chase was filled with sparks and explosions. A rain of bullets and rockets chased after Han Xiao's vehicle. Han Xiao fired back repeatedly, barely hindering the pursuit of the 4 off-road vehicles. The firepower of the Scarlet Falcon sniper rifle and the shuttle-type penetrating bullets was quite a threat to the people from Rose Militant. However, his vehicle was currently fleeing in a panic. Coupled with the distractions of Code 3 and Code 5, his accuracy was greatly reduced. Vroom, a unique roar of the engine was heard. It sounded like the roar of a tiger. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked ahead. A modified vehicle was blocking his path. Its exterior armor was thick and covered with spikes, making it look like a porcupine. There were several gun barrels on both sides of the vehicle. Judging from the caliber, they should be grenade launchers and mini-missile launchers. There was also a 4-barreled heavy machine gun on top of the vehicle. No, that caliber should be called a heavy machine gun. It was more than enough to be used as an airborne weapon. The Thorns. This vehicle was blocking the last direction, forming a tight encirclement with the other 4 vehicles. There was no way to escape. "We definitely won't be able to withstand the firepower of that thing." Antonio's expression changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. All directions were blocked. It was as if they were in a desperate situation. "Drive to the south. Don't worry about the firepower of that vehicle. I'll deal with it," Han Xiao said in a low voice. The enemy in the south was Code 3. He only had 1 sniper rifle, so he was the least threatening. Antonio could only choose to believe in Han Xiao. He quickly turned around and rammed into Code 3. Too late. Code 3's expression was cold. He was about to control the Thorn's cannon to blow Han Xiao's off-road vehicle into the sky when he saw Han Xiao turn around and fire a shot at him. The bullet hit the glass and burst into a bright flash. Code 3 was so shocked that his eyes started tearing up. He closed them subconsciously. Dazzling light bullet. Boom. 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 The heavy machine gun on Thorns spewed out thick flames and smoke. The bullet missed its target and hit a dozen meters away from Han Xiao's off-road vehicle. *T. Why did old 9 miss? Code 3 was shocked. He hurriedly asked the driver to stop Han Xiao's vehicle. Antonio was not afraid at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rammed into the side of Code 3's off-road vehicle. Both vehicles shook. In the end, it was Antonio who chose the right angle to crash into the vehicle that opened a path for them to escape the encirclement. Chase. Code 3 was a little annoyed that all his efforts were in vain at the crucial moment. However, he calmed down after looking at the situation. It did not matter. They still had the upper hand. Han Xiao had deviated from the direction of the trap and was panicking. With the power and firepower of Thorns, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with him and destroyed his vehicle. Han Xiao looked behind him through the window. The fleet of Rose Militant was chasing closely behind them. They were less than 200 meters away, and both parties were traveling at more than 160 kilometers per hour. Thorns was still firing non-stop, and the rear of the vehicle that was chasing after him was blasted into a cloud of dust. The effect of the light flash bomb on Code 3 had not subsided yet. His eyes were sore and swollen, and his vision was blurry. He could not see clearly at all. Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at the coordinate radar. He did not panic at all. He said in a deep voice, "Antonio, activate the nitrogen acceleration in 48 seconds, 47. 30. 16. 3, 2, 1. When the time was up, Antonio immediately opened the small cover beside the gear, revealing the nitrogen acceleration button. He pressed it hard. Blue flames spewed out of the off-road vehicle's exhaust pipe. The vehicle's speed instantly increased, and the distance between them increased rapidly. The two people in the vehicle were pressed against the back of their seats and could not move at all. A futile struggle. Code 3 did not care. The nitrogen acceleration would end sooner or later. It was just a temporary lifespan. Thorns would catch up with them sooner or later, and they would be blasted into the sky with a wave of firepower. Soon, the distance between them increased to 400 meters. The effect of the nitrogen acceleration disappeared. They're slowing down. Code 5 reloaded a new rocket. He stood up from the sunroof and aimed from afar. At this moment, his vehicle braked suddenly. The sudden momentum caused Code 5 to fall into the backseat. What the hell? Code 5 roared. He saw that the driver was sweating profusely, but the vehicle did not respond. His heart sank. He turned around and looked out of the window. All the off-road vehicles of Rose Militant had stopped. Thorns was the same. All of them had lost their power. All the vehicles are paralyzed. What happened? The members of Rose Militant were shocked. Their vehicles had stopped working, and they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the desert. Han Xiao's off-road vehicle stopped at a distance. Ghostly Fox wanted to call for help from the base, but she realized that her communicator had stopped working. She shouted, "This is the effect of the EMP. Impossible. This is not the direction where he set the trap." Code 5 was shocked. Ghostly Fox's heart turned cold when she thought about Dorothy's death. Run. The next moment, a high-explosive sniper bullet was fired from afar. The target was a patch of sand under Code 3's feet. The landmines buried in the ground were detonated. This time, it was not only the poison deflagration mine, but also the real explosive mine taken from Fabian's warehouse. The deafening sound of the explosion was incessant, and the dazzling flames soared into the sky, leaving behind an orange-red glow on Han Xiao's retina. The 100-meter radius around the Rose Militant was completely filled with flames and explosions, and no one could be seen. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.